Welcome to Crimson Guitars, welcome to my home studio, welcome to I think this is day 5 or maybe even day 6 of a one-day build. Because things like that happen to us all the time, you know. Vastly underestimating how long it's going to take. It's all good. Welcome to my home studio. I have Tanya, or what do they call us?
Mr. and Mrs. Bunn.
Mr. and Mrs. Bunn. Mrs. Bunn is in the room, and for the first part of the day she will be running the computers and relaying questions and queries and comments and abuse across the workbench to me, and I am going to be cracking on with building this guitar. So this is an instrument that we decided was going to be called Boba Fret, which is fine by me. Even though a couple of other people have built similar or Star Wars inspired guitars with a similar name, I don't really care about what other people are building. And there we are. So I've not spent very much time in the workshop over the last month other than to build this, and for the last 2 weeks I've not been very well. You guys have seen the cough developing and changing and growing and all that. It was not COVID, which is obviously a good thing. But last week I was not capable of doing the any of the normal standard live streams that we do. But it's all good. I'm feeling a lot better now. I will still be coughing in your ears throughout the day. I apologise, but it's not as bad as it was. So, well, we're good. Are we live?
I think so, unless I've pressed a button by accident. Okay. I think we're good. I'm not seeing any, oh, you're paused or... Okay,
fantastic. I always, when I don't have it screaming at me, saying, oh, we're all going, it's all good, I suddenly get paranoid about things, but it's all fun and games. Ah, yes, now I must say, I am leaving my phone on today, and, well, Max is saying we're live.
Yeah, that's good.
My phone is on today. I have finally... I've got a delivery coming. I'm waiting for the doorbell to go. I'm hoping we can hear the puppies. I don't want to miss it. I've finally gone and bought myself a Kemper profiler, because the biggest issue we've got is me demoing guitars here, and no matter what mic setup I have, it picks up all of the rattle and hum and craziness of the workshop, and the profiler gets very close, apparently, to the sound that I would want, and it will be DI'd straight into the cameras, etc. So that's my excuse, and I'm sticking with it. I'm also just, frankly, looking forward to playing with a new toy. So yeah, at some point one of us is going to run off and answer the door. In the meantime, let's have a look. Get some clamps off. These have been on for the better, well, 2 whole weeks at this point. Okay, so of course we've glued the, oh no, haha. So used some leather to spread it out, spread out the tension on the aluminium faceplate. Nice. Put these clamps away. How's it going over there?
Good, yeah. People saying good morning, and somebody's surprised you're getting straight to work without too much waffle.
Oh, you want me to waffle? I can waffle. Where are we? Come on, we're 5 minutes in and I've only taken off 5 clamps. That's a clamp a minute. That's fairly slow. Let's do a bit of a recap now that I can actually see the guitar, I suppose. So where we stand... Darling, I will need to borrow your scales at some point, because this is a relatively light instrument.
Yeah.
Where we stand is we've got a guitar. It's made. There's a camera in the way. Mahogany wings, a multi-laminate flame maple neck, a rosewood fretboard covered by a Bond Electroglide stepped fretboard. Now, I heard a rumour on the Q&A live stream on the Crimson Guitars Extras channel. If you are not yet subscribed to that, please go and do so. Where somebody said that the son of the original Mr. Bond is trying to relaunch the Electroglide guitars, and that is very interesting to me. If anybody can confirm that, let me know. The neck is carved, the body is carved, there is carving done. This, people say, just looks far too chunky. You do have access, but I'm considering eating away at that to make it just a little bit more comfy. The pickups were routed. The tremolo was routed. We're in danger of coming near to possibly maybe feasibly finishing this guitar at some point in the not too distant future. Weird, huh?
I'm sure you can find something to procrastinate about.
Oh, I am the master of procrastination. That is very true. Okay. Ask me questions. Super chats will guarantee an answer. 100%. Anything else is, as the stream develops, we end up with rather a lot of comments, and it's quite difficult to actually keep track of what's happening. But yeah. I wasn't coughing until the cameras
we
started.
talk about it. There you go. I'm not sure if we've lost a super chat. You said you thought there was one. I can't find it, so I apologise if we have lost one. I can't see anything in the stream. I think Ben's going to have to check it out in a bit.
Basically, with the super chats, there's an area of the studio bit that tells you what they are, whether you see them in the actual chat or not. But that starts fresh when you start the stream. So I think somebody sent a £5 super chat before the stream started, and it's now just disappeared off our radars, as it were, which is typical. So if that was you, I'm sorry. We will try and Creeverai, would you mind having a look and see if you can find that? Okay. I don't want to put too much pressure on the glue joint in this headstock. If I go in with tin snips and just cut away like that, well, it might work, it might not. Nope, we're working. It's good. Woohoo! Okay. This is a very thin section of aluminium.
We have a new member. Will Baines has joined the crew.
Will Baines, greetings. Thank you very much for your support. And yeah, I'm going to turn my phone down because while I don't want to miss this delivery, I also don't want it to be quite so distracting. Yes, the YouTube members are a very important way in which the channel keeps on going, but also it gives us extra stuff to do that we enjoy doing. So there's behind the scenes, and although I seem to have killed, by starting live stream Q&As, I've killed what was one of the perks of being a member. So yeah, we need to think of some more discounts and all that jazz as well. Sorry, darling.
Sorry, Biscotti Pippin is asking if you've used a bendy plane with a curve to carve curves. Does he mean like a compass plane?
Yes, compass planes. So a record number 20 or a Stanley, there's various different ones, where the sole actually you can change the sole. You've seen them, Tony, haven't you? I used one once in a single build where I thought that I was going to be clever, and instead of having a straight, so it was a multi-laminate neck, this is the complication, secret's in the name, and instead of having just a straight section of wood down the center with two pieces glued to the outside, i.e. fairly easy, I used one of those planes and I had a curve in the section, and it was insane and not something I would wish on anybody. Looks pretty. Other than that, they don't really have much use in guitar building, or actually in anything really. Nobody really needs them, sadly.
Okay, you've had your first super chat from Josh Tice.
Josh, good morning.
Built an aluminium Flying V ukulele body.
Ha,
That's a lot of
cool.
words. Thought on how to mount wood neck to it. Okay, he wants your thoughts on how to mount a wood neck to it. And also hope you saw the pics of my aircraft mechanic toolbox I sent. So he sent you some pics after.
Yes, I have got a bunch of pictures in the stream email address that are waiting for me to sit down and do. I actually sat down to do exactly that yesterday, and there was an email that required a proper, actual considered response, and I did that and then was emailed out, really. So I will sit down and have a good look. But yeah, very, very, very pretty toolbox, very pretty toolbox. Okay, so yes, this is going close to the edge and is causing some trouble. So I'm actually going to go in with a piercing saw or a jewelry saw and be a bit more gentle about this. So I've got a 3.0 or a 4.0 blade, a really good quality one. I don't like it when the blades slip out, so I tend to tighten those with the Leatherman every time. And here we go. Okay, I don't need it to be absolutely spot on.
Another super chat from Christopher Solar. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher.
He says, no question, just a huge thank you for a ton of fabulous videos. Long may they continue.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much. As long as I'm physically able to, and Mrs. Bunn here allows me, I will...
Don't make it my fault.
I will continue. I will continue and continue. I have far too much fun to do anything other than that. So this aluminium is, I would guess, 3/4 of a millimeter or something like that thick. It's delicate stuff. So this is fairly easy work.
Will Baines has asked if you would consider doing templates for the Scion.
We won't. We won't. No. This is where Crimson Guitars being so many different businesses really doesn't actually help us. I would love to. I support guitar building as much as humanly possible, but that is a model that we do as a Crimson Guitars model, and I don't want anybody to do exactly the same thing. Do an homage to and inspired by a similar to, because hey, that model is inspired by the Paul Reed Smith, obviously. But if we sold templates, then it would be so close to the original that the final buyer, it just begins. It's a minefield. It's a minefield. So there was a student who built one in the school, and it had a different shaped headstock, and that was absolutely fine. But yeah, in general, that's definitely a no. There were some comments on the recent super edit of this guitar saying that we could just cut the whole slot there because the aluminium would add enough strength to deal with any string pull and stuff. This is adding zero strength whatsoever to the headstock. It's literally just there for looks. So yeah. Now I need to cut the center out as well. I wonder. I'm worried that that I didn't scratch this, that I didn't key up the gluing surface of the aluminium enough. But we shall see. I'm going to have to flip this over again.
You have a super chat if you're ready.
I'm always ready.
Okay, Matt F, thank you
Matt.
very much. Ashley Bond has a site up at bondelectroglide.com.
Okay.
Check that out if you like. I'm not affiliated with it. I'd just like to see you make a crazy composite guitar with him. Oh, a collaboration.
I would... would you mind writing that down?
Okay, I'll take a photo.
There we go, perfect. I would like to do more than a collaboration. I would like to build them for him. I think that would be... We have the facility and the skill and the people and the machinery and all that jazz to build guitars, not only in our own right, but essentially white label them for other companies. It's one of the many things that we offer, and yeah, I am a fan of the Electric Glide, and yeah, we'd love to team up.
Okay, the big unit has sent a super chat.
I love that name.
Last week I had COVID and was looking forward to sitting and watching you all day. Oh no,
Oh,
but
sorry.
you were sick too. Now you're back and I have to lecture today. Oh, that's such bad luck.
I'm glad that you're back at work, because that means that you're all right, which is in the end the main point, isn't it? I maintain, however, that putting on a live stream and forcing your students to watch me could be worked into any subject, really. Psychology probably being the psychiatry. This man's insane.
Could analyse the grammar.
Yeah. I'm almost using the walls of the headstock here as a guide, i.e. the blade is almost running along those walls.
Ah. Yes, sorry. You didn't answer Josh's question about the built-in aluminium flying V ukulele body.
Ha,
Okay.
I didn't.
Thoughts on how to mount a wood neck to it? Sorry, we skipped.
Okay, sorry. That's a very good point. I digressed. I tend to digress. I can't really answer that without knowing how you built it. If it is machined out of solid aluminium, which is unlikely, I would suggest, then it's simple. It's just, you know, machine a cavity into it. If it is a hollow instrument, then preferably before you actually get to the building process, you need to build in a wooden block into which you're going to glue the... Oh, there is somebody at the door, my love.
Okay.
Oh, no.
No? You left something, have they?
No, that was the
Post.
the postie who didn't ring it. Yeah. And Safi's just bought a bunch of hand planes for 800 quid, which is great because there's a number 8 in there. And we need 8s. If anybody wants a standing number 8, email shop@vintagetoolshop.com. There's an 8, there's a 7, all the way down to 3. They'll be arriving soon. Basically, if you've already built it, send us photos to stream@crimsonguitars.com. I need to have a look, but you need to glue in a lump of wood into which you have routed your neck pocket or will route the neck pocket, etc. That's your only real option, and yeah, that's your only real option.
Super chat, ready?
Absolutely.
Okay. Jonathan Bernhardt.
Hi, Jonathan.
How about a chainsaw build?
No! Well, no, wait.
Build
I'll let
using...
Mrs. Bunn answer that.
Hold on. A build using texture from a chainsaw. Ben is banned from having a chainsaw.
Chainsaws are the tool. The only tool that I currently know of that my wife has 100% banned me from ever using, mainly because she doesn't trust me to do it properly or safely. And based on prior evidence early in our relationship, yes, I would agree with her wholeheartedly. So yeah, chainsaws and motorbikes, and at least until the children are all
I think if you did
grown.
it, you could do it at Crimson with people on standby. I don't know if I could deal with the gore.
It's not something I have much interest in. There's not that much delicacy involved. However, if you check out my GGB 021 guitar, the GGB 2020 guitar that I built, I did actually texturize the entire instrument using Dremels and things like that, to get the sort of thing that you're talking about, because I really do like using texture in builds, especially non-standard, interesting things like that. Oh, and please, nobody tell Tanya just how dangerous half of the other tools that I use are. I knew it.
They were waiting for that. Yeah, that was predicted.
Yeah.
Okay, ready for a super chat?
Yeah.
Rich Ether.
Rich ether. Cool.
Morning all. Day off work today
Morning.
as I'm recovering from a car crash I had yesterday. Oh my
Dude.
dear. No better way to spend my day.
No, there would be a much better way to spend your day. That would be
Not
not
recovering.
having had a car
Not
crash
having had a
yesterday.
car crash.
I hope that you have a swift recovery and yeah. There's nothing good. Tanya and I are talking about all sorts of stuff and logistics and life and you know, in the UK the stats for being in a car crash are yeah, you're much more likely to die in a car crash in the UK than pretty much anything else that anybody else can dream of, which is quite scary when you think about it. And yet we all continue driving. So, where was I going with that one?
I don't know.
No, me neither. We should all stop driving and just stay in our sheds and build guitars.
There you go. That's where it was headed.
Yeah. Now these are relatively expensive saw blades, and it does hurt when I break them, but it just is the way it is. The cheaper ones break immediately.
There's a technical question from Barney Cripps. He says, I've used Crimson High Build oil on a walnut veneered guitar.
Okay.
It looks great, but it dents quite easily.
Yep.
Would more oil increase the hardness, or is there a way to make the surface more durable?
Okay, so oil finishes are penetrative. They are not film finishes, although the high build oil is as close to a film finish as you can get with that style of finish. So yes, you can build it up and it will protect it more, but it will never protect it the same as a lacquer or a varnish. Now, if you want the look and feel of an oil finish, which is my personal favorite finish, but you want to build it up more, then what you can do is use a base coat or 3 or 4 of shellac underneath. That builds up, and then finish that with a few coats of guitar finishing oil, and that gives you more protection, but the characteristics of a guitar finishing oil. So we're changing the cameras from the wrong side of the camera. No. There we go.
Another super chat from the big unit.
Cool.
It says, by the way, I think that's what that means. I'm not very good on...
BTW?
Yes.
Yep.
Thanks for the advice on the plane. I found a decently priced Stanley No. 6 plane and bought a new Hock A2 blade for it.
Fantastic. Yeah, I like Hock blades. Let me finish this cut first. Yeah, so congratulations on finding a good quality and relatively inexpensive number 6, because the price of planes has gone through the roof in recent years. So yeah, congrats on that. And yeah, the one issue with vintage planes is often the blade, and it's not necessarily the steel of the blade, it's how thin it is. And yeah, a Ron Hock replacement blade. By the way, if you have not yet bought and read and loved and been inspired by Ron Hook's book on sharpening called The Perfect Edge, then you have not lived. We really need to set up some sort of an affiliate program on Amazon. We really do. Fantastic book. And his blades are much thicker, therefore you reduce the vibration and the chatter in the plane, and the whole thing just works better. I have various replacement blades in various planes that I use on a daily basis. So yeah, there we go. Enjoy. This is very, very cool, very lightweight. Okay, so I'm not worried about leaving this perfectly shiny. It's quite cool. Leveling files. Good for so much more than just leveling frets.
I need to tell you apparently that Stephen urgently needs a plane in his life.
This is a very, very good point, Stephen. I've been promising him one for a while now, actually.
Is that a particular size, is it?
The fact that Stephen SC Guitars, he's one of the moderators and
Okay.
a friend of the family. He doesn't own a plane, and that is just an egregious. It's just.
Oh, no.
Nah, it's just not allowed. Seagulls.
About the guitar, Tony Murphy says you should suspend the logo in the headstock void. You could either mount in perspex or in a Weber fishing line.
I suspect that this man is a watch fan.
Ah, is that a thing, is it?
Yeah, the Richard Mille Raffle Nadal.
Or is it supposed to be like a tennis thing? Is it?
Most watches can't cope with that sort of
Impact. Okay.
impact and pressure, and
Yeah, okay.
the Richard Mill's got the movement, but it's suspended on tiny wires within the thing.
Yeah.
It's mind blowing. It's also hundreds of thousands of pounds.
Course,
It's
course.
insane. But but yes, it's an example of something from a completely unrelated craft that actually could work quite well here. If I was going to put a logo anywhere, I was thinking about putting it up here, but I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe I was thinking maybe more down the. I suppose it's covered by your arm, but when it's hung up, it would look nice down there, sort of underneath there, because that's quite a big space.
Yeah, it's one of those. Is it even needed?
I don't know.
No, that was about to sound
Do you
arrogant.
need more things to do?
Well, no, I was about to say I'm Kylie or Madonna. I don't need a logo anymore. Everybody knows what my guitars are.
You're
But
Bun.
I don't. I'm Bun. Yeah. Thank you. Down to earth with a smash. No, I don't think it necessarily needs a logo.
Okay, we've had a super chat from Marsha Levine.
Marsha, how are you?
I have just over an hour to watch before leaving for work, but will pop in during breaks. No such thing as needing only one plane in one's life. Yes, true.
Yes, it is a gateway plane. It's a gateway plane.
Tahoe Mike, it says, how much does the trem block weigh? I had to take my Fender System 1 trem out, and I couldn't believe how light the guitar was without it. Apparently weight, stability, have you done a little equal sign with those things? So weight equals stability.
Yes, with a trem block, yeah. In this particular instrument, it doesn't have a traditional trem block, and most of the trem block itself is the tuning system, so it's actually thread and holes and stuff, so not that much weight, and not much inertia either, I suspect. What am I doing? I need to put this in a vise, really. I was looking at these vices on. They're made by Taranti in London. This is an antique version. They are insanely expensive. I also keep looking at it and thinking, I really could make that very easily.
You have a super chat.
Thank you.
It's from Trish Good.
Trish, I do not know your name.
So she
welcome.
says, it's Tom. Is it coming from Tom? I'm not sure. 3:40 a.m. in California. Gonna try to stay awake this time. What glue are you using? Speciality or similar to Type Bond? Do you want to show what the glue?
It's similar to Type Bond, so most glue that we use is Alkaline Professional, which is an aliphatic resin, and this is actually Type Bond 50 that we can't get in the UK, and it's licensed. It's the Type Bond 50 formula made by Alkaline, who are a South African company, and it's my favourite glue. It happens to be the glue, apparently, that Gibson use in all their factories as well. But yeah, it's what we tend to use. And then it's mostly been for the aluminium. It's been this JB Weld 5-minute epoxy. And that's insane. 3:40 a.m.
Yeah.
basically whatever time we do this at, it's going to be silly o'clock in the morning for somebody. So I think it's 20 to 6 in the morning for East Coast America at the moment, or am I completely off?
Don't look at me.
I'm kind of asking the camera, but yeah.
Oh, I'll go down and see if there's any comments. Margaret says it's 6:40 a.m. in Maine.
Okay. I've heard, yeah, I'd kind of like to visit Maine one day.
$4:41 in Calgary.
How does that even work? I thought I had a picture in my mind of what time zones were doing. I need to have time zone clocks on the wall behind here, so I actually know. That could be quite cool. I'm not even going to Google that.
No, you've got a super chat anyway. Let's move on.
Okay.
Tim Jennings, thank you.
Tim Jennings? Yeah, sorry, yes, hi.
Ben, any advice selecting timbers for resonance? Oh, here we go, Tonewood again. You'll love this one. I'm currently building a Cajun drum kit. Oh,
okay.
I know it's kind of unrelated, but would love your opinion.
Well, resonance basically is a function of weight and stability internally. So the harder the wood, the brighter it will be and the more resonant, i.e. the more sustain you're going to have. But it's not a science. This is the problem. It's as much how you build it as anything else. If you take a very lightweight wood and leave it fairly thick, you will have a relatively resonant and sustaining instrument. If you take a very, very, very hard wood, make it very thin, therefore you've got a bigger resonating chamber, but it's also reflecting the sound back. It'll have a brighter tone to it, but it'll also be more resonant. So these are two diametrically opposite types of timber. How you build it has more of an effect on the sound than what the wood actually is. One of the reasons why there's just so much bullshit about wood and stuff. Now, I've just noticed how hot I am. I'm going to turn this heater down now.
Oh, they're coming in fast now.
Okay.
Hold on. The big unit super chat, thank you. Is it possible to get a swamp ash telly kit with only the neck pocket route done? I've emailed Shop at Crimson Guitars twice and got no reply yet. Okay. Ow,
I just hit myself. There we go. I just hit
no
myself with a
chisels
file
for
handle.
you. What is it, a file handle?
It's a file handle. I hit myself in the
handle.
face with it because we messed up and not answering emails. So this week we're having an issue with admin staff. We're having an issue with the fact that the amount of admin we've got seems to double on a monthly basis, but we are struggling to find good people to do it. And this past week has been a huge issue because of something else that came out of the woodwork that needed to be done with regards to VAT returns and things that we thought had been done but hadn't. So the people who normally answer their emails that have been doing accounting sort of bookkeeping stuff. That being said, Tanya, if you wouldn't mind sending a message to Tom just to ask him to check that out.
Yeah.
Yes, it is entirely possible. It's something we can do. Getting swamp ash is becoming more and more problematic, and there is a premium on that. I don't know if we have any in stock, but we can source it and we can do that for you. Absolutely. So Tanya will let Tom know, who will talk to Sam, and we'll go through and sort you out. And I am sorry. We are... we're doing our best.
My apologies, I seem to have skipped over a super chat from Casey McDermott.
Casey.
Good morning, Bun
Morning.
and friends. Can't wait for GGBO 2022. It will be my second ever scratch build. The suspense of waiting for details might be too much.
The details are coming. I am so close to finalizing it. I want to announce it properly and not have any changes. So there's a few more things that I just need to get sorted, but it is imminent and it is going to be awesome. Truly, truly awesome.
Wait, you've got another one. You got more. Super chat from Martin. I'm sorry, I can't do the surname. Could a full restoration of an entirely broken guitar count as a kit build in GGBO? If not, maybe have a most creative restoration next year.
Yes, it would count as a kit guitar. So basically the definition of kit guitar is any instrument that started out its life as another instrument by, whether it was part made. Now, the way I've defined it on GGBO is if the neck starts as either a guitar neck on another instrument or a guitar neck made for you by somebody else. Whether you make the body or not makes no difference. If the neck is made by somebody else, then it is classed as a kit for the purposes of the competition. So yeah, completely restore, completely change an existing instrument. Just don't take a 50s Les Paul and do anything to it, because there would be outrage. It would be hilarious. Yeah, do that.
Hold on, you've got more.
Okay.
Super chat from Jason Smith, thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Bunn. I sent an email about the L5 build last week and still no reply. We forwarded that on, didn't we?
Yeah. I'll send Tom a message. You will get a reply. L5 build email, please look for it. And reply, I want. There we go. Okay. And Creever says he couldn't find the super chat that we thought we'd missed right at the beginning.
No, I don't think it was a glitch.
Okay.
Okay. Super chat from Nigel11, thank you. Nigel says it's 3:40 a.m. in California. Do you have an inspiration for the near future? If so, will you give us a sneak peek?
Do I have an inspiration for the future?
Are you?
I'm just googling time zones because this isn't where I thought it was going to be. So no, California's the west coast, isn't it?
Yeah. So
yeah. Okay.
So what's the next build?
Okay, so my next scratch build is going to be a watch inspired build. I have a weakness. Now I've been procrastinating on that build for quite some time now. Yeah, it's $250 in Alaska. LA is $350. Okay, we need to do these live streams overnight. Get more people watching. How many people are watching?
We are at 673.
Yeah, okay. A watch inspired build. I don't want to do something with just gears and cogs thrown in for no reason, which is why it's taking so long to formulate it in my head. But I want to do something sandwiched, and I want to have glass involved, and to be able to actually see what's going on and create a reason to have the glass there so that you can see what's going on and actually have it be interest. So a suggestion is a built-in B bender using cogs and gears and things like that, or I don't know, it's gonna be
Well, your super chat here from Casual Failure is kind of related to that. He
Okay.
says, why not build a guitar and inlay movements from different time zones? You could include woods from each zone, so you could have like a patchwork of...
Yeah. If they serve a purpose, i.e. they're actually functional watches, yeah. It would be a very, very specific guitar, wouldn't it? Camera 3, okay. Now,
Okay, you have more super chats. Paul C.
so who, sorry?
Paul C.
Paul C, hi.
Ben, do you have any tips or tricks for replacing the vellum on a vintage ukulele banjo? Thanks in advance.
It's not something I've ever had to do. No, I'm afraid I'm utterly useless. Anything I say at this point would be a guess, and could be disastrous. I feel like one of those guys who talks about Bitcoin and investments and stuff. Of course, this is just entertainment value. Don't take my advice for...
Super chat from Jason Smith.
Jason.
He says, I've even bought a Charlie Christian pickup for you to fit on it, Bun. He's eager. Come on.
No, we will do that. I've sent Tom a message. Literally the entire week last week, we discovered that the bookkeeper had not seen or not done or not noticed a good quarter of all of the transactions that needed to be dealt with for the VAT return. Tom and Ricky did not have a good week last week. Ricky used to think that he wanted to be an accountant, and he's very, very, very much aware that he made the right choice in coming to us and not becoming an accountant after last week.
Okay.
We have also realised that he's very, very, very good at being an accountant.
So that's it now. He doesn't have a choice. He's just given himself a new job.
Yep.
Okay. Super chat from John Savage. It's not stupid early here, as I'm UK based, but I've decided to watch the stream instead of going to bed after a night shift. Oh, keep up the good work. I think there is no winning in like saying what time you do it.
I agree. It's we could just do 24-hour live streams and just keep on going.
Just be the Truman Show.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
We're not far off though, are we really?
No, although they would have enjoyed last night's footage if that had been the case.
You have to be more specific. Our life is crazy.
Our life is crazy. So I watched a cat jump from a dressing table onto the top of a door and thought, okay, that's amusing. And he stood there, and then he decided to go to sleep on top of a wardrobe. And as he settled down, I was like, okay, this is not gonna go well. No, not going to go well. And after I fell asleep, or as I was trying to fall, it was basically, that in-between moment, I suddenly woke up with, I was bleeding quite a lot. The cat had slipped on a box of watch straps, thrown that into this watch from a height, and smashed a lamp and then landed on me with all claws out. I just rolled over and fell asleep quietly, bleeding into my sheets. Yeah, there was a distinct lack of swearing actually as well. I didn't want to wake you up any more than you were working up, my love. Pain. Now, if anybody has that on film, please let us know. He was my favourite cat as well.
Somebody's criticising your use of the file there. You should only push forwards, apparently, instead of scraping backwards.
No. No.
There's been a couple of comments about your
technique. Honestly, so there's a YouTuber, I can't remember who he is now. He scraped backwards 5,000 times on files and there was basically no time. Let's see if I can find it. No. I filed backwards 2,500 times. There we go. Fireball tool. There we go. It's been watched 4.8 million times.
Yep, that's what people are saying.
I filed backwards 2,500 times, and this happened. Very clickbaity, but I mean, we've all watched it. Basically, it makes no appreciable difference, especially not when you're filing something as soft as less of sub-millimeter thick aluminium. So, get off my case. It was amazing to see just how much material was actually removed when the file was filing backwards as well. Very interesting.
Technical question.
What question?
A technical question about frets. Okay. Carvan Guitars. Ben, urgent question. I'm about to install the frets on my new bass neck.
Cool.
I cut the fret slots in the same width with the wire. I will put some glue in. Should I clamp the frets?
Basically, the glue is there just to fill the slot and make sure that your neck and fretboard is as solid as possible. You don't want any gaps if you can help it. From the aforementioned sustain point of view and a bit of strength too. If the glue is required to hold the fret in, then you have to clamp it. But if you've cut the slots the correct width, the fret itself will hold itself in. The tangs will do that for you. So no, it's just a case of hammer them in, make sure that there's no movement, make sure that they're properly seated, wipe away the excess wood glue, which is what I'm assuming you're going to use with a damp rag, and you'll be okay. Watch any of the videos that I've done with fretwork recently, and that should do nicely. Oh no, I completely forgot that there was coffee here. It's probably too cold now.
Getting lots of questions. You've got a couple more.
Okay.
We've got a super chat from Clifford Evans.
Oh yes, okay, nice coffee.
How about a multi-luthier build, where after 9 hours, one of the other luthiers in the company takes over? So the mix of ideas could be monumental.
I'd be finished by then. Come on. He jests. Yes, I do. I like, maybe not 9 hours, but I do like the idea of doing that sort of thing. I suppose it could be a case of we all start a guitar and then pass it on to the next guy every 2 hours or something, without any information. Here's a guitar, carry on. And just see what happens. It could be fun.
I always like doing those drawings with the kids where you fold the paper and then you just still leave a little bit at the edge and you still see what you get at the end.
Yeah. And it's almost always very cool and
it's
quirky
funny,
and
yeah,
fun.
yeah.
No, exactly that, but with a guitar build.
Okay, you have another super chat from Thomas St. George in France. Hi, Bun. My father gave me 2 paper sheet sized tortoise scales he found in a flat he sold. It's translucent and really nice. I can send you one for a guitar build if you want. And he says, hi from France.
Thank you for the offer, but I wouldn't be able to use it. It's... Yeah, basically I avoid using animal byproducts in any case. But that's probably turtle shell, which is now a... it's very... CITES protected. It's very illegal to use, basically, on anything. And everything I do is filmed. So, yeah, I appreciate the thought, but no thank you. It's a bit of a minefield, actually. You know, through Vintage Tool Shop, we clear workshops all the time, and I'm often offered ivory that's just there. It's some watchmaker or ornamental turner or whatever that's, you know, had their tools that they bought from their master 200 years ago, and there's elephant ivory there. And in the UK, at least, unless you've got a very, very robust chain of custody and all that jazz, you just can't use it in any commercial way whatsoever. Okay, that was good coffee, Tanya. Is that the Recent Beans stuff?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Recent Beans coffee in the UK. There's a small company that Mark Jennings sent me some. So yeah, check them out. In fact, I've got a message here from Talitha. Please mention the guys on the Atlantic Dagger today. They're due to complete their journey and arrive at the port on Barbados on Tuesday. Their GoFundMe is still less than 50% of their goal. So these are the guys, a former student and a couple of mates. They're rowing across the Atlantic, I think, raising money for the Marines and sort of a veteran thing. So yeah. Go and check that out. There's links, etc., in the description of the most recent What's on the Bench, if you are interested. They are cool people. Now, come on, you distracted me. Where are we? Camera 3. So we are going to inlay. Yeah, we're going to inlay some rosewood in there. Let me get a knife. That'll do.
Mr. Fat Bob Ryder is asking if you've seen the pictures he sent you of a white bait cowrie. I think it's spelled K-A-U-R-I. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, that's a Antipodean timber, isn't it? I actually did look for those pictures yesterday and I couldn't find them. Did he send them to the stream at Crimson Guitars email?
Okay.
They might have ended up in the junk. I didn't get that far. I was distracted, as I said earlier, I was distracted by another email.
I'll take a picture of that one again and then you can have a reminder.
Okay. So here I'm just using a Crimson Guitars fret slotting saw. And it's perfectly fine. I'm running the saw blade along the side as a guide. And it's doing its job rather nicely. Ah, there it is.
There's a super chat from the big unit here. I don't know how you're going to answer this one.
Okay.
In What's on the Bench 209, there was a guy who had a hot pink to blue dye job. Where did he get that pink dye?
Them there.
Oh, it wasn't his hair. It wasn't his hair.
No.
I had pictures of his hair.
Although I'm pretty sure this could work
You think
if
you were going to
were blonde
test it
enough.
out?
Yeah.
We'll do that later.
Yeah, you could do that. No, it is the pink spirit-based stunning stain from Crimson Guitars, and yeah, it is. It's something else. Like, yeah, very, 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 very pink. So. Okay. Yeah. How deep do I want to go? That is the question. Not very. Okay, so here's the rosewood offcuts. Not quite big enough. Wow, defeated. Okay, I suppose I'll use a saw then. That is one of my favourite smells of all time.
Is that rosewood, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, Indian rosewood, this one.
You got a super chat from Terry Love.
Oh, my favourite reprobate. How are you, Terry?
He says, sorry I'm late.
I'll forgive you.
Called out of my sick bed to see if Ben finishes. Haha. Today, is he fully caffeinated?
I am recently caffeinated. Recently caffeinated, not necessarily fully caffeinated. But yeah. Thank you for joining us. I hope it's nothing serious, Terry.
Get well soon.
Yeah. Problem is, I'm not sure I want to finish. No. Of course the grain's going the other way.
Somebody's saying use the piece of aluminium just cut out as a pattern for the rosewood.
That's a good point. It's on the floor. I shall pick it up and use
It's on the floor. Don't pick up the wrong piece.
it. No. Yeah, good call. Whoops. I don't have a dog leg chisel.
Was that you need another chisel? Was it?
Always, yes. Yep, that'll do. Okay, so I'm going to cut down to depth with the saw and remove material that way. The grain is going the wrong way and the fretboard's in the way of a chisel if I was to use it properly.
You have a super chat. I'm going to do my best with this name, and I apologise in advance. Panagoitis Gatsopoulos. Hi both. A two-folded question.
Okay.
What grain filler would you recommend for a solid colour paint job, and what as a substitute for Crimson's flash coat?
All right, that's a good question. There really isn't a substitute for the flash coat. It's amazing what it does. It cures in well, half an hour basically, to the point where it's ready to actually use, which is so cool. But yeah, all right. So as a grain filler, we spray, in our spray booth at least, we spray a 2-part polyurethane that's very, very, very high solids. And it doesn't have to be clear because it's underneath a solid color. If I was to do it without the spray booth and all that, I would use Raffle can primer, basically a thick white or grey can of primer that you would buy at any automotive store for refinishing your car or doing touch-up work. In fact, the video for my daughter's guitar, our daughter's guitar, I used exactly that as the primer underneath because we didn't have any primer for solid work at Crimson. So yeah, I used that, and then just a standard solid color Raffle can again from, yeah, that's what I would use to get that sort of finish. And then yeah, am I covered in stuff?
You're okay, just a little bit.
Okay, I'm paranoid now. Just, yeah. But yes, there is a huge difference between what is available in a spray booth when you're mixing 2-part finishes together, and what people can get and can use safely at home, and it's just one of those things. Okay. Have I put my foot in it at any point yet so far, Tanya?
Well, to what degree?
Wow.
I don't think anybody's noticed yet.
Okay.
You've got a question from the Junkerer.
Okay.
Do I need to stabilise a poplar burl top, or can I use it as it is, staining it and then using the crimson oil on it?
So poplar is a very soft timber. Yeah, poplar is very soft. A burl is very soft as well. If it's over a solid instrument, you should be fine, but it will dent fairly easily. You don't have to necessarily go through the whole rigmarole of using cactus juice and resins and things like that. And it does depend on the particular piece of wood. I have used poplar burl unstabilized many times, and sometimes I have found that I've had to, just because that particular piece is over the edge too soft. Super glue is an option as a stabilizer. If you really find yourself needing to do it relatively quickly, I would suggest though that if you are going to go that route, do it outside, because the fumes of that much super glue are insane, and it would actually the fumes sometimes deposit on stuff around you and on you, i.e. your eyeballs and nostrils and things. So don't do that. And then when you sand all of that down, again, wear a full gas mask, because you're sanding nasty stuff and putting that into the air. So yeah, be aware.
Super chat from Franz Truter.
France.
Hi fam, would it be
Greetings.
a silly idea to suspend my wet wood planks in my braai chimney to encourage faster drying? Got some driftwood from the sea, first going to soak it to get rid of mould and critters.
It would crack. It would dry far too quickly and it would crack, I'm afraid. So yeah, when you initially start, when you've got very, very wet timber, it's a slow process because it's a slow process. If you speed it up too fast, you're going to get cracks and shakes and nastiness all over the place. But I appreciate the fact that you are saving the critters first.
Somebody says you need to look at the Nicing tension rings. I think we'll take a picture of that and you can check that out later. It's something to do with jewellery, jeweller's work.
Okay.
You can check that out. Super chat from Frank Tonin, and it just says nice build.
Thank you, Frank. I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this one a lot.
And a super chat from Sun Bass or Sun Bass.
Base.
Base? Okay. Ben, I'm thinking of using a stainless steel fretboard on a maple neck shaft for a fretless base similar to a Vega. Am I saying that right? What type of epoxy construction issues and truss rod considerations do you foresee?
Stainless steel's an arsehole. Excuse my language. Okay. I would suggest that what you want to do with that is create a standard fretboard out of wood that has your radius, etc. already in it, and then you match a relatively thin section of stainless steel. It only even needs to be a 0.5 millimeter or so thick. It does not need to be massive. Although doing it that way, putting the frets in, if the frets are in deeper than the depth of the stainless steel, maybe that's a problem. Basically, milling the stainless steel, the radius and all of that would be something that would scare me in this workshop at least. With regards to epoxies and things, you know, the strongest, slowest curing commercial epoxy that you can find. I'm using 5-minute JB Weld here, which is very, very good. If I wasn't building this live, I would probably be tempted to use a 24-hour cure. That, yeah, the end result is a little bit stronger. Scratch the hell out of it like I've scratched on the body here, and just be aware that you need a key, and you should be okay. It would be an interesting build, very interesting. Now my question here is, do we actually want to inlay...
We're doing a poll.
The rosewood. Ah, that's a good point. Should we do a poll? We haven't had one. Do we want to inlay the rosewood, or do we want to just leave a cavity that is stained dark? Because I'm thinking about staining the neck anyway. So that bit could be painted dark, and then it gives us an actual 3D effect. We've still got the strength that we need. But yeah, let's move this camera so you can see what I'm talking about. Yeah, I think that could be quite cool.
Just the two options, rosewood or dark stained cavity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's a noise.
How do I see the pole? There he is.
Yeah, I think that needs to, that angle needs to change. Come on.
You have a super chat. Ales Raztak. I'm sorry. I hope I got that right.
Okay.
Okay, it says, "Hey, do I have to worry about mechanical damage of flame maple fretboard if I only finish it with tung oil or a waxy oil? Any recommendations?"
Basically, maple itself is a fairly hard. It's fairly hard, so I'm not too worried about mechanical damage, but it will look dirty after just a few minutes of playing, in my opinion. An oil finish on a light wood, it gets dirty over time, and the dirtiest bit of the guitar is the fretboard. I would suggest at the very least use some shellac underneath the oil to actually build up some sort of a film finish. As I said earlier on in this live stream, shellac, a few coats of shellac rubbed down and then oil built up on top of that will give you a more mechanical protection than just an oil and / or wax based finish, in my opinion.
Super chat from Jack Debris.
Jack.
Hi both. I'm in the process of making a 7-string headless guitar. I now need to drill the truss rod access hole. What is the best method for doing this as precise as possible? Let me know. Can you point into a video? It's quite a...
So it's a headless instrument.
7-string headless guitar, yeah.
Yeah, honestly, it's just a case of marking exactly where you need to do it. Use a bradawl or something like that to again mark it out absolutely precisely. It should be bang in the center of the neck. You should know how deep the center of that hole needs to be with regards to, because of the truss rod, the geometry of the truss rod itself, and then start the hole by using a good quality center point or brad point drill bit. Once you are 2 or 3 millimeters in, assuming that your truss rod is say 6 or 7 millimeters in, go 2 or 3 millimeters in, and then switch to a same size or maybe 0.5 millimeter smaller standard twist drill that isn't going to destroy itself on the steel as you hit the truss rod. Yeah, a good quality brad point is the way. And you know, like much in guitar building, it's the real thing is marking it out and preparation beforehand.
Lots of people want you to burn it. Lots of comments are saying burn it ever so slightly, or...
I fear I have a reputation.
Oh dear,
I'm so
people
sorry,
are crying all over the world.
My bad.
Okay, super chat from Big Bad Metal Eid.
Big Bad Metalhead.
Well,
or heed, as in
yeah,
he's Scottish, maybe.
maybe there's no H in there, but
He,
I
she,
think
they.
we're going with that. Beautiful build. I have to thank you so much, Mr. Crow, for all the content. It has kept me sane since recently becoming disabled and unable to work. I bloody expensive to start though. I'm not sure. You read that one.
It has kept me sane since recently becoming disabled and unable to work. It's bloody expensive to start though.
Start that hobby of...
yeah, yeah. Guitar building is not... it's not a cheap thing to start doing. In the live stream Q&A session on the Crimson Guitars Extras channel yesterday, I answered a question from somebody who was asking about how much it would cost, in my opinion, to set up a full workshop. And I sort of ended up saying you could probably spend $5,000 if you really wanted to, without really trying too hard. But with 1,500 quid, you could definitely have a workshop that would do pretty much everything you needed to do. And in reality, with £500, you could get started. And what I said was, for somebody on a budget who wants to start, don't go out and buy the spindle sander and the router and the hand drill and 15 planes, 30 planes. Buy the tool that you need when you need it. Okay, you will need an oscillating spindle and belt sander. It is one of the best tools ever. In fact, that would do the job instead of a router. for basic building. A jigsaw would do the job of a bandsaw. And at some point you'll get to the point where, hey, I'm selling these instruments now. I can upgrade to a bandsaw rather than just using a jigsaw, etc. So you could get started for a few £100s. Don't go and buy the Crimson Guitars tools until you need them. And when you do, get the essential fret leveling and dressing toolkit, which gives you a discount on the tools rather than buying one at a time where you pay full price over time. But there are ways to do it. There definitely are ways to do it. And it does not have to be incredibly expensive. Although it easily can be. It's one of those things. Okay. Wrong camera. Wrong camera there.
Super chat from Paul Needs. I think he's talking about the headstock. He says, why a hole and not continue the channel? Question, strength question.
Repeat that?
Okay. He's saying, why a hole, as in and not continue the channel question, strength question. So why have you made a hole and not continued the channel?
Hole there? Or this?
I'm not sure.
No, I don't know. Paul, sorry. Essentially, I'm not worried. If you're talking about why I've left this here, well, I want to see what does the poll say.
What does the poll say? 63% rosewood.
Oh no, fine, okay, cool. I'll glue in some rosewood then. You might as well end that and take a photo of it to send to
hold
Bear.
on. Okay. Okay.
So essentially, leaving that, we're not going to. We're going to fill this with rosewood now. But yeah, I'm not worried about the strength of that, essentially.
Okay.
Ow.
The dogs were barking, so I don't know if that's your package.
I sincerely hope not. Go and check.
Need to go up.
Run like the wind.
Don't do
No,
that.
it's not. They're just barking for fun.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to miss that. I'm very much looking forward to playing.
Super chat from Alex Emery.
Alex, thank you very much.
Ben, you're the Dr. Frankenstein of the guitar building community. Love the channel and best wishes for the year ahead.
Thank you very much.
I think you're Karaticus Potts. And I just love saying that name.
Who's Karaticus Potts?
It's Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
It
He's the
is.
mad
There we
inventor,
go.
isn't he?
Okay, I will take that as a compliment. I used to love that. I've just realised that I'm warming up this aluminium, which is going to have a deleterious effect. Here's the camera on the glue joint. So I need to stop that just for now. And yeah, I have lost that piece. Where did that piece go? Been walking around too much. Nope.
People are concerned it would
She's
be
gone.
too small if you use that, but anyway, because there's a couple of comments.
It's wedge shaped, so I just move it up a little
Oh,
bit.
okay. He's sort of head. But you've lost it.
But I've lost it, so I'm just gonna, yeah. It's fine. I get to use a plane. Woohoo! Ah, rosewood. Actually. So I'm just going to use this file as a ruler because it's there and straight. I need to just chop that off.
Okay, Paul needs it said the hole for the truss rod adjustment that you've just been talking about.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, we were getting cross purposes.
Yes. So there we go. Now that is
Now it makes more
stable.
sense.
Okay. With the truss rod, essentially you need to have a hole. You need to have a hole there. So there's no, unless it's going in from the other side, there's just, you don't have any other options. And also this was a headless instrument that we're talking about, which has no structural issues there because there's very little tension on that section, and it's nice and thick as well. The dogs are barking, aren't they?
Mm.
Okay.
And people are saying instead of a poll, we should be asking Rich.
Yes, this is a very good point. Is he in the building? Have you seen Rich chatting?
Yes, he says I said that you guys are builders of this guitar, but you did go with the same choice I made for the headstock, so he's happy.
Aha, fantastic. Okay. Yes. No. Last week he said that we should just crack on and do what we think we should as a group, as it were. So yeah, we will. However, Rich, you do have my phone number. Feel free to WhatsApp me if anything does grab your attention as requiring swift attention. Oh, camera. No, audio. No, audio.
Audio's done. Oh no, I'm not at the bottom of the chat. Oh dear. Mic's gone down.
No, it's cool. I've been watching it running out of batteries. Thank you.
Did you hear that? Was it loud enough?
Full. You're fine. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. So that was messages from not sure what this is. Yeah. Okay. Talitha's just sent me the. Hold on. This is not the particularly most technological way. Bear just edited this because people call me the Bob Ross of guitar building, and it's hilarious and scary and hilarious. Thank you, Max, obviously. And there we go. Now, onwards. So I've got a piece of rosewood here that I've got an angle sorted out, and then essentially all I need to do is grab a ruler. That's why I put it down. I wanted to change the camera. go. Camera 3. Okay. So that's going there.
Sorry, super chat from Rich. He says, "Hey Ben, yes, I'm here watching. On my way to the hospital after my crash yesterday."
Oh, crikey, sorry, no. I didn't realise that was who...
Yes, because, yeah.
There we go. That's what happens when you're thinking about 14 things at once. You don't actually twig who's saying what. I had no idea that was you, Rich. That somehow makes it even worse. For us.
He thinks it's the universe balancing things out for him, but...
No.
I don't like to think of it that way.
No, because if karma's real, I got problems. Well, no, I hope it... I hope you're okay. How did I miss that was Rich that sent that? Okay. Tiny little piece of wood.
He's having an X-ray to make sure everything's good.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, we do need to get this guitar in your hands. Sooner rather than later. Okay.
Recommendation on batteries. Oh,
sorry, let me just cut this one. Oh my god! Oh no! It's terrific, isn't that just? That was horrific.
Apologies to all those with headphones on.
Sorry, just everybody. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, recommendation for the batteries. Rechargeable Panasonic N-Loop from an Ode to No One.
Would you mind writing that down?
I'll take a picture.
So at the moment I'm just using standard rechargeable from Energizer, but if there is a better option, then I want to use it. Now, you saw just how quickly that happened? Check this out. Do. We can do it. It's all good. Basically perfect. Yeah, I think that needs to be tidied up just a fraction. That'll do nicely. Super glue, I think. Yep, okay.
couple of people are saying, don't cut off the excess or leave the stabby bit on. Would it be likely to ping off with that sort of...
It would be likely to ping off over time. That's a very good point, Tanya. That was my literal... I put it in there and I thought, oh, stabby bit. That's cool. But no, I think it needs to come off. I'm afraid. So yes, essentially, we're in place. It's all good. I'm going to ignore you guys and chop off the excess now, leaving a little bit of spare material that I can file away at a later date. I need to tidy up.
Terry Love is giving another recommendation by Super Chat.
Thank you, Terry.
There are rechargeable 1.5V lithium-ion batteries available on Amazon. I heard about them on bigclive.com channel. They work great.
Okay. That works. Come on. Huh. All right. Well, there we go. Yeah, it's gonna be the hunt for the best batteries for these things.
I take our excess batteries to the recycling in our local supermarket every now and then, and I always feel guilty that I stand there for about 2 minutes pouring out batteries that Ben's used in his cameras and etc. Luckily they are going to be recycled, but it's still it feels excessive, and you sort of you hang your head in shame.
It's just one of those things. In a normal day's filming, I will go through 4 to 6 AA batteries, and yeah, it's not ideal. Feels very weird to be doing this on this side of the workbench.
Photog Fits Photo was saying that sound was going directly into their hearing aids.
Ouch.
So fortunately the IED took most high frequencies, but that was still painful. The system is supposed to take out certain sounds, except you were explaining that to me, weren't you?
Yes, so this system has a compressor on it and should cut out the highest volume, so it should reduce the volume, but ow, this is awkward, but it takes the worst, it takes it and reduces it by half for each decibel that you go over, sort of thing, so it's still loud and it's still there. Okay.
Shout out to George Davis and his granddaughter. He says, I have to take my 8-year-old granddaughter to school, but she wants to keep watching The Man with the Star Trek Bird of Prey head.
So she's just made my day. You've just made my day.
Made his day.
And yes, I mean, school's not important at all. Or am I just causing trouble here?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, school needs to be done.
When are you going to make an announcement on GGBO? Because there's a lot of questions about when's the announcement coming?
I have got to make about 100 phone calls this week. Just so that I'm absolutely sure that what I want to do is going to happen and is worth doing. The general competition itself isn't going to change, but there is a question on what's happening with professional guitar builders. It is unfair that there are people who make their living building guitars entering into the general competition, and I don't want to lose them, but we need to have something separate. So the only major change, other than the fact that we are judging via there's some changes in the way it's judged, so that it's going to be absolutely fair and people can't cheat, and the categories are going to change a little bit with regards to professional builders being involved, but how that looks depends on some phone calls I make this week. The Raffle system works perfectly fine. We've tested that out now twice, obviously with this guitar and with Shred, so it's all coming together. The announcement should be out within the next 2 weeks. Yeah, absolutely. Right, I'm just going to use some Starbond Brown, medium thick. I'm also going to just move this down. There we go. Doesn't really need to be brown, but you know, why not? I love little clamps. Okay, that's going to glue the clamp to it a little bit, but it's fine, we're good. Woohoo! Hello everybody. We've achieved something. It's only 2 hours in. 2 hours. It's 2 hours. It's been 2 hours.
Time flies.
When you're having fun. All right. So, how many people do we currently have
We
with
are
us?
at 777. That was a good time to ask.
Perfect. Isn't it funny how numbers like that are just so pleasurable? When in reality there's no major difference between that and 776.
And year one just dropped off, so there you go.
There we go. See, as I said, they're like, "Wow, screw you, Ben." Okay.
You have a super chat if you're ready.
I'm ready, yeah.
Matt Lang.
Matt,
Just to say thank you for the shout out to my youngest. On the last build day, she was thrilled and slightly confused.
Beautiful. I love doing stuff like that. So yeah, no, it's an absolute pleasure. This is real life, and you know, any way that I can make people happy, I'm up for that. Why is my crowning file over on the lathe? Okay. So this is the secret. Every now and then when you reach a natural point where something's curing or whatever, you clear up, tidy up a little bit, and sort yourself out before you move on to the next stage. Anything else is madness.
A super chat from Mark Jennings. Hey, Mr. and Mrs. Bunn, get more coffee.
He is the purveyor of the coffee that we've just been drinking. So thank you very much. And yeah, tell those guys over at Recent Beans that I love their work. I'm just checking that this package is not here. Okay, so that is curing and glued and good. From a strength point of view, adding in the rosewood there, I suppose, you know, it can't hurt. Let's say that. There's a root of that. We have a lot to do.
Terry Love sent a super chat with an excellent suggestion. Ben really needs a coffee machine in the workshop. But there's no water supply, so...
There is no water supply. So, yes, I need a coffee machine in here. About 6 months ago, I bought a bunch of tools and bits and pieces and all sorts of stuff from an events company that was going out of business, and there were two lightly used coffee machines, a Tassimo and a something.
You can get recyclable pods for those things now and things like that. So
that's the thing.
They've always avoided those because you know you're just chucking something out every time. Exactly,
which is a huge problem. However, in my van right now, I have both of them, and there were some pods actually as well.
Yeah.
So yes, but no, I would very much like to have a standard coffee machine with a pot on it, and I just fill the pot up at the house in the morning, and then I've got a pot, and then it actually limits me to just a single large pot of coffee a day. But we don't really have the room for that in here at the moment. I need to expand the workshop. I need to make this into an L shape, make it bigger so that there's an officey area where Mrs. Bunn and Talitha and Jasmine and everybody who runs the computer side of things could actually be comfortable while also doing this. And there'll be a coffee machine in there and a desk.
So you're basically saying you're moving in and I don't have to put up with you in the house?
I could put a couch in there. I could. The shower could be problematic. I think the neighbours would complain if I do it out the front.
I don't know.
Okay. Anyway, that's been curing for a while. Let's hit it with some accelerator just for fun. I do still have a bit of a cold, so forgive any sniffles and nonsense. Nut. Nuttin' but knittin'. I think knitting is black magic, actually. let's do a poll. Is knitting black magic or a science?
I think you might lose some viewers.
Fair enough. Okay. Alrighty, so I need to work on the nut. The neck has yet to be fine shaped, but while the guitar is sitting here and we've got that, let's do that. Do a poll. Are we going to have a bone nut or an aluminium nut? I'm not going to give brass as an option. Yeah.
How am I spelling aluminium? We were talking about this yesterday. Are we spelling it for our
You are
American
not
reviewers?
spelling it aluminium. You're not spelling it aluminum. You are spelling it Beskar.
Beskar? Okay, hold on. Now, how do I spell that?
Beskar.
Okay.
It was there was a comment yesterday on the super Reddit of Dave, whatever the last one was, and they said, Ben, it is not pronounced aluminium. It is pronounced Beskar, and it tickled me.
So question about the nut, bone or Beskar? There we go.
Okay. I suspect I know what it's going to be, so...
Okay. You have a super chat
Alrighty.
from Aaron Lee. Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Bunn. I have a coffee machine in the workshop and I use a gallon bottle of water. Saves running up to refill from the tap.
I mean, you still run up to the house to empty the tap, as it were. I'm sorry.
Maybe,
yes.
maybe not.
That's even worse. Yes, I absolutely have to have a coffee machine in here. I really do. I agree wholeheartedly. So, well, let us know in the comments what your suggestions would be. I'm very much of the opinion that just a standard machine that's got a glass pot and then one on the top, and it keeps it warm throughout the day, and then you just put one on when you come in the morning, and you're done. I do, yeah. There we go. They're relatively expensive to start. So this is not new. This is not a monumental statement out of my mouth, but I ascribe to the cost per use thing, whereby if the coffee machine is going to be £200 to buy, but you use it every single day for the next 3 or 4 years, then in reality it's only costing you 20p a time or whatever. If you've got a really pricey pair of boots, for example, that you wear 2 or 3 times a year, and they last 2 or 3 times a week, and they last you for the next 10 or 15 years because they're good quality and can be resold, etc., then in reality it's the Vimes boot economic theory of the boot, as it were. Look that up if you don't know. My Leatherman, I use my Leatherman every single day, and it's a titanium one, and it's beautiful, and it's relatively pricey in comparison to the other Leatherman options out there, but I use it all the time, and by the time I'm done with this one, it's going to cost me like 5p a use or less. So anyway, there we go. Lecture over. That was what I was doing. I was digressing while you guys voted on the nut. 30 seconds. And then we'll see what I'm doing. And I suspect I'm going to have to go and try and find some aluminium. "30 seconds is a long time when nobody's talking."
They're talking in my head.
They're talking in your head. Oh no. All right, where are we?
Okay, 64% Beskar.
I thought so. Okay, fine. I'm going to have to go and find some then. Shouldn't be an issue. Now, I suppose... Well, this wood is all here from when we were choosing what wood to use in this build. Okay, punches, clamps, parallels, brass, silver steel, brass round. Huh.
Somebody says they've seen a Makita coffee maker in the shop. You always wanted Makita tools, didn't you?
I use Makita every now and then. Oh. Haha! Look at that. Perfect. Makita, yes. Depends on what they do. I've used Makita a lot. Good sanders and things early on in my career.
Okay, you have a super chat from Salty Johns. Stainless steel, cut by hand. He's used an abbreviation. It's W/files 3 more days. So, does it mean? I don't know if anybody would watch that.
There is no way that I will make a stainless steel nut, because I do not have an employee in the building who I can delegate the doing of that to.
And some people are saying they thought they already voted on the nut.
Did they?
Did they vote for brass nut?
I have. Whoops.
Not that you would make it up as you go along.
I make things. What? No, I'm consistency. I'm Mr. Consistency. Okay, sorry, I just dropped this. Come on, I need to concentrate. I need to get back in the game. This is the problem. So when I don't know what the next thing is, then there is fiddling about and random stuff. When I know what the next stage is, it's all good, and we crack on. So aluminium. Crying out loud, Ben. Yeah, stainless steel nuts are absolutely insane and are not to be undertaken lightly. Come on.
We've got a couple of super chats, and then I'm going to go check on the dogs because they're making quite a bit of noise.
Okay.
Okay. Ezra is saying, no, the glass pot and coffee burner burns your coffee. Trust the old man barista. Get a system with a thermal pot. Run a cycle of just water to heat it. Hot, tasty, not burnt coffee.
A system with a thermal pot. What? That sounds like magic, and I want one. Give me examples, people.
Oh no. And we have one from
Rabbit hole.
Super chat from a muck runner. Stainless steel compensated nut.
There's 3 little things next to his name. You can put people in timeouts.
I will be back. I'm going to go check what that barking is about.
Okay. This is a really beautiful Spear and Jackson pistol gripped mini hacksaw from 1917. I love it. Just FYI. Okay. Just a tad more. Okay, so I'm assuming the puppies were,
They wanted to go out for a
they
bit.
wanted to go out for a bit. There's a path, it hasn't been pooped on for a while. Alrighty, so it's just a case of tidy up the ends a little bit. I want to cut away the aluminium faceplate underneath where the nut is going before we actually sort out the final height, etc. Let's have a look at that then. You can let baby in if she wants to come in.
we worried that the aluminium might turn out to be too soft?
Nope, it's maybe in the order of decades. Yes, it'll wear down, but it's about as hard as bone, really. Maybe a tad softer, but no, I've seen ebony nuts on 100-year-old instruments that are absolutely fine. Okay, Adam, to remember, I will check that out later. Thank you very much. No, maybe, I don't know. Mark Jennings has sent an off-putting message, part 2, says, work faster, I have meetings this afternoon.
Come on. We do have another super chat from Ezram.
You're going to have to let her in.
The top of the line maker is a Fetco programmable bloom stage. Magic indeed. But even Mr. Coffee have thermos pot systems these days. Okay, I'll take a picture of that
Fetco,
one.
that sounds tempting. Sounds expensive. Take a picture, then delete the picture.
One in, I'll have to let them both in.
Okay. Apparently your microphone has turned off now, Tanya, so I'm going to change the batteries. I'm going to mute all of the microphones to stop battery pops. Say hello to everyone. There we go. Talk, Tanya?
Talk? Did you?
I think your microphone's on. Everybody say hello to Pippin. He is gorgeous. He's gorgeous. We went to buy you and ended up getting you and your sister, who is about half your size and much better behaved. But anyway, say hi. This is Pippin and that's Baby. And you can't see Baby. I mean, I could probably point the camera at you. Mrs. Bunn refuses to be on camera. I think I do enough camera work for all of us. But yeah, what are you? Cavapoos?
Yes.
Cavalier King Charles cross
yes,
poodles.
Yes.
And they are the coolest dogs I've ever known. Off you go.
He's gonna wreak havoc now. He's gonna knock over cameras and.
There's only one on the floor.
Yeah, dog in a workshop. Yeah, we're gonna.
Not ideal.
Come on, sweetie.
Okay.
Come on. Come on then. Good boy.
Okay. So I've marked out that line and I'm going to cut across again, just with, well, that's Pippin chasing the chicken. Yeah, I'm not going to use the hacksaw. I'm just going to go with a crimson fret slotting saw, gently on the pull, because I want this line to be nice and straight. So I've got my fingers behind to get it in position. and this is a saw that cuts on the pull, so it keeps it straighter. And yes, I am 100% aware that I need a more stable workbench. I'm working on it.
Yes, we've had a few comments about the shakiness.
It's so the workbench, I am working on a new design for well, I'm working on a new design for a bench here, and will actually be selling kits if it's of interest to anyone. But yeah, we'll see. I wonder. So this fretboard is taller than I would normally have gone for. I think I was distracted. People shouting at me about the bench, yes?
There's been a few comments though over the chat, yeah.
Can you just check if your mic is on?
On? You're asking me technical stuff.
Is there a light?
There are lights.
Yeah.
Power and audio.
Show me.
2 green lights.
Perfect, yeah. So Max's comment has only just come through.
Yeah, mic is good. Yeah.
Sorry guys, I am very, very sniffy today. Okay, I need a... I need a file. They should all be shouting at me for keeping my files all in a drawer like this.
But filing each other.
That's the problem, yeah. I do need to sort something out, but I've got too many. Okay, I'm just going to go... No. If you think you're doing it wrong, if you think you're being naughty, you probably are. Do you know what I need? I know what I need. Ha! We literally do, we sell a product for this at Crimson. I don't think I have it. Oh, that's annoying. No, I don't have them. Well, poop.
You have a super chat from Sawdust Passion.
Sawdust Passion.
Saying, Mrs. SP asked, is this the one-day guitar build still?
Yes. Time has no meaning. Time is just... Mrs. Sawdust Passion, are you being snarky? Now that's my cat.
When it's edited, it'll be a one-day
yeah.
video. 1 day long.
What does Rocky want?
I don't know. He wants to come and say hi.
Let him in. Let him in.
Super chat from Salty Johns. You need filing for your files, sir.
I do. Here we go. This is a little square one. You can let Rocky in if you want. So,
I don't think animals in the workshop is a good idea.
oh, he's fine. He comes in and he pops his head around every now and then and just says hi and gets bored and goes. 3.
Super chat from David Loveland.
David, thank you very much.
Workbench plans would be more helpful for us outside the UK.
Yes, I absolutely agree. Although, to be honest, once I build it, it's going to be super easy. But yes, no, I'm going to do all of the above, plans and kits and you name it.
Super chat from Mark Jennings, and he says, "One day build equals it'll be done one day."
You are absolutely correct, Mark.
That's what you meant in the first place, isn't
That's
it?
what I meant, yeah. I'm going to stop promising anything. I'm just going to do it. Ah, there we go. Sorry. I'm going to stop promising timelines or anything. We're just going to do these things and and see what happens. I am going to make sure that there's always a live stream on Mondays as health willing, and that's it basically. Okay. So at this stage, I just need to, well, I just want to finalize the width. So use a scalpel or a marking knife to mark that. Do some filing. This is where I lose myself thinking about coffee and go too far. Are they asking to come out?
I'm not sure, they're just not very happy today, bless them. They've had a nice run. They think they're training to be sled dogs. They pull me along. I'm just a bit unhappy. Okay, super chat from Salty Johns.
Again,
saying,
thank you.
I have a special request for the editor. I'd like to know how much time was actually spent working versus waffle and answering questions from chat and being distracted by us. I bet it's about 24 hours, so you think it's the actual work you've done.
Oh.
You think he's helping you out there?
I think, honestly, you're probably not too far off. In a general guitar build, for me, it's probably 30 to 40 hours of actual work in reality. Unless I get distracted and go completely off-piste with crazy ideas. But, yeah, I don't know.
Matt F is asking if we did get round to playing It Takes Two. I've played through it with the little one.
Yes, I wasn't allowed to.
You and I are gonna. Well, you had to help a couple of times because there are a couple of tricky bits, but I think we should do that one together.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. Yeah, I didn't get a look in, basically.
We went back and played some Halo, didn't we? Because that's a good old 2-player.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think there's a real gap there. I mean, in the market, because you have, like you were saying, you have all these controllers for your game console, but there aren't many games that you can sit down and play together.
Yeah. It's become, well, annoying.
When you get time, we've had a couple of requests for a rundown of where we're at, what you've done so far.
Okay. Nearly there. Okay, so at this stage, this guitar is well underway. The body is pretty much done. We have today, well, the body's done. There's some carving. There's some stuff to do on the neck heel. The neck is roughly carved. I haven't done the side dots. I have not done the side dots yet. We've just cut away the excess aluminium and glued in a section of rosewood in the top there to make it look like the Mandalorian's rifle, which is cool as. I can probably take those clamps off at this stage. Pickups are routed and all of that is done. The tremolo is there. I need to make a back plate. We need to make a back plate. But currently I am working on the nut, and we've chosen to make that out of aluminium because it fits. Why not? We're almost there. I'm going to have to change this so that line goes to the nut. Anything's a ruler if you try hard enough. So we'll sort that out in a bit. Oh wow, you're completely out of focus. How long's that been the case?
I didn't see any complaints.
Okay, good.
Oh, there you go. Now they're saying it.
Haha. So not very long then. This cat really wants in, doesn't he? Nearly there. Okay. Now what I need is half a pencil. Let's change this. Change this view, shall we? Okay. I am going to catch you on camera one of these days by mistake, Tanya.
I know. I should. I need a mask or something. One of those comedy cutouts or something.
I mean, Bear did design a sort of a.
I could be you
Ben
as
mask.
Bob Ross, or I could be you with a.
That would freak me the hell out.
I think it would freak out quite a lot of people. Okay, you have a super chat from Phil Plowman. Hey ho, sorry if it was already mentioned. Will the aluminium plate on the headstock stay in that mirror finish, or will it look like the body plate later?
I'm going to make it look like the body plate later. So this nut is somehow managed to go a little bit shorter than I think I want. We'll see. I might have to make another. Hopefully not. Put this up higher. Ow. Camera three. Yeah, to carry on with that last question, I don't think this would be a Star Wars guitar without some aging. How I'm going to do that, I'm not sure.
Well, somebody just mentioned the Adam Savage Bilberry heat treated. I'm trying to find the comment.
Basically, I have been watching Adam Savage in relation to this build. And there was a recent one that a bunch of you guys mentioned during the last stream where Adam was talking about plates, putting, wow, I've forgotten the term now, making it look more interesting and all the different panels, there we go. But yeah. Okay, I am nearly there with this one. So editor Talitha is on the way.
The big unit's asking if you've seen Adam Savage bench build.
A bench that Adam himself built.
Well, it says Andrew Klein built a
Yes.
piece of a workbench. It was
Yes.
a collaboration they did.
No, it was just an amazing bench that was built by somebody else, this Andrew Klein guy, and it is an incredible bench. Okay, getting there. So essentially on the curve here, I'm matching the radius of the fretboard. I'm thinking I might have to put a veneer underneath, and I can hear the inrush of breath here. It's not really a problem. After all, what is the nut glued to on the headstock? Okay. Labeling names are friends, not food. Now, it could be fun to make a very, very, very shiny guitar at some point.
Never-ending possibilities. That's your problem, though, isn't it? It's like too many choices.
Too many choices. Yeah, you got that right. So talking about panels then, I was wondering about...
Is the mic gone? Whose mic? Yours? Mine?
Mine's the next due to go. Aha! Yours is off now as well. I meant to do that, I really did. Nickel metal hydride. That's the messages saying that the mic's off. Thanks, Max.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, I'm back. I don't know what I was saying, but...
We're talking about...
oh, yeah, panels. Sorry, what were you talking about?
No, that's it. Yep.
Okay, so what I was thinking about doing was taking potentially the pattern of Boba Fett's chest plate, which sort of goes, it's got a pretty pattern, and putting that on the front of the guitar and then gluing that on in panels. But there's already pickups and things going on here, and it's not a replica of that in any way. This is the guitar he would have played and slaughtered people with if he had a guitar. Pretty much, yes. That's pretty, yeah, that's pretty good at this point. Now,
out of focus?
Potentially. There we go. Okay. It feels like that nut's going to be just okay.
Somebody suggested a bone shim. I don't know if that's helpful. If that's...
Yeah, I mean, I could put a bone shim. I was thinking just a piece of rosewood. It makes no difference. It's gluing down onto a wooden neck. And if if the nut is glued properly to the shim, and the shim is the same material as either the nut or the neck, the net effect on tone, etc., is basically zero. So yeah, we're all good. Okay, time to mark some nut slots out. Yeah, that camera's out of focus as well. This is the problem. With everything. Lack of focus is the problem with everything. Okay. So just eyeball the outside two strings, and they're about 3.5, 4 millimeters, thereabouts. Let's shut this drawer. Can't shut this drawer. Come on, drawer.
Too many tools.
There's no such thing as too many tools. Who have you been talking to? Aha! There we go. Okay. Razor saw. I'm starting with a little crimson razor saw. It's essentially, it can be used instead of the 10 gauge slot as well, and it's just easier at that size.
You ready for a super chat?
Yeah.
Okay, David Loveland.
Thank you,
And
David.
he says, the Mandalorian's rifle was taken from one that Boba Fett used in a Star Wars animated Christmas special.
Okay.
There's so much Star Wars content when you get into it, isn't it? The kids are loving some of the new stuff.
It's incredible, isn't it? So I now need to look at his rifle. There is a person at the front door. I think it's Talitha, actually.
Okay, I'll go up.
Everybody say goodbye to Mrs. Bunn. Yeah, it's Talitha.
Okay.
Who's taking over. I'm going to have
a great
to...
day, everybody.
Yeah, thank you very much, sweetheart. I will be taking 5 minutes off in a second. Okay. Let's move camera 3. There we go. So we're on to the string spacing rule, and it's quite simple. You just find 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that was close. 1, 2, 3, 4. That was close. There we go. Actually, there we go. Now my pencil is a little bit too big to fit in these slots, because I use a 0.9mm lead for drawing on wood predominantly, but that there is what we're after. Okay, so now we've got relatively shallow cuts marking exactly where I want my nut slots to be. They are all perfect. And now we move on to nut slotting files, which it's this set here. Okay, come on. Move the camera. It's time to tidy up. Definitely time to tidy up. Okay, so the strings I'm using, there we go. Ten, 13, 17. And there's a 13, 10, 13. Sister, how are you?
I'm alright.
There's a 16, which is closer to the 17. And then we're going 26, 36, 46.
32.95.
36, 46. I've got, and there's a 28, which again is absolutely close enough. So normally what I do is I've got that set put in the pot the other way around, and today for some reason I had not. So there we go. How are you, Talitha? Everybody wants to know.
I'm okay. Tanya and I were just discussing why you let you talk us into these sort of things.
It's fun.
Super chat from Godie the Roadie.
Godie the Roadie.
Have you noticed on Boba Fett's armour, the Fret clan symbol closely resembles the famous F Guitar Company's logo?
Closely resembles?
We'll have to Google that. Am I just going to stand here holding this plate of leftovers?
Put it down there, thank you very much. Boba Fett armour.
I remember the mayonnaise.
You remembered mayonnaise this time. Do-de-do-de-do-de-do. I don't see... Oh, yeah. No, there is. That F is on that... It's the Fender font, capital F, which is very interesting. Okay, so I've just done the 46, 36, and I'm not going too deep. But these files want to follow exactly down the line of the original cut.
Guitar Monger
Hi, Guitar Monger. Good name.
is wondering if you feel okay because you're not talking as fast as you usually do.
No, I'm not feeling okay. No, I'm not particularly ill, but I definitely have a cold still, and yeah, it is what it is.
Are you going
Thanks
to
for asking that.
take a break for food soon?
I will take a break for food, yes.
Cool.
You're going to have to entertain everybody because I'm actually going to take that plate up and sit down for a sec, if that's okay.
Oh no.
Oh no.
What
And
was
by
the
entertain
last-
people, Talitha, Eleanor Croicus Poop, I mean entertain people. I don't mean sabotage my workshop or move things.
It was the squirrels, it wasn't me.
It was the squirrels. Is that what you're going with?
Yes.
Okay.
What's the last super chat Tanya asked you?
I have no idea. I'll tell you if I've heard it before.
Okay, I've got one from David about the Mandalorian rifle.
Okay, yes, we've saying that, yes, so that's really interesting. I'm saying it's the Mandalorian rifle, but it is actually based on a rifle that Boba used in some of the cartoons. So, yeah. Just by eye, I'm just moving that one slot sideways, just a fraction. Seems to be weird.
Did you answer Salty John's super chat since it was for me?
No. Salty John?
Salty John's, I have a special request for the editor.
Oh, yes.
Did you answer that?
Carry on the question.
I'd like to know how much time was actually spent working versus waffle and answering questions from chat and being distracted by us. I bet it's about 24 hours.
Well, yes. So, no, but technically you're not the editor on this one.
On this one, thank goodness, Bear is taking it on, and I think he's watching. So,
Oh, is it?
Bear, comment if you're still watching. Yeah, Bear, comment and let us know how long. I know that he was. Yeah, basically cutting each live stream into hour-long chunks, watching through and picking out the best bits and the most important parts of the process, and then turning that into the edit.
What they're trying to do is justify and say, yeah, it was a one-day build because Ben's spent so much time thinking and talking and designing and playing around that if he hadn't done any of that, it would have been 24 hours and therefore one day. And I wholeheartedly agree with them. Now, when making a nut, it really is very important that you round the ends over. It's where your hand hits, and yeah, this is the difference between a well-made guitar and a not well-made guitar, in my opinion. Well, it's one of the differences. Okay. So, yeah, polish up the sides. I'm not taking off a lot of material at this stage. Just tidying it up. Okay.
So no matter if the guitar is for you or for a paying client, guitarist comfort is priority.
I mean, if it's for a client, I don't really care. No,
Nice.
of course, it's the most important bit. You can't make... So, for example, the complication was done as a guitar that I wanted to push things a little bit, and that's the one guitar I built that really was not built from an ergonomic point of view. Everything else, I don't care what it looks like, if it doesn't play properly, it's not worth making. So there we go, we have a nut. Where are we? The camera's in my way. Is that coffee? Oh my gosh. Oh, it's tea?
Cut you off.
You can't cut me off. Thank you, darling.
Puppy's in the house.
That feels weird. Because of where the camera is, I'm holding this file in strange positions. Come on then.
Question for you from Alex Anderson.
Alex Anderson, greetings and salutations.
Metal Millennium Falcon melted onto the control knobs? Question mark.
Temptating. Temptating, what the hell? I think I'm hungry. That's supremely tempting, actually. It's... Yes, that would be cool. But again, if you put yourself in the world, would they do that in the Star Wars universe? No, they'd have the Boba Fett logo or something like that, wouldn't they? He wouldn't have the Millennium Falcon. It's not his. It's not his thing. So yeah, putting myself in the universe itself, there has to be something cool on the control knobs, but what that is, I don't know.
Paul Cook says fender knobs it is then.
So Talitha, I am expecting. Oh, camera 3's on. powered itself.
I heard you're expecting a package.
You stalking me?
Hmm?
Are you stalking me, Talitha?
Me? Never. It's not like it's my job or anything to watch you 24/7.
24/7. So you did see the cat jump on me last night, and
Yeah, I thought that was hilarious.
I thought you, yeah.
No, I didn't. Super chat from Lisa.
Lisa, howdy.
You should use the mud horn for the knobs. That is the Mandalorian symbol. Mud horn?
Yes. No. Out of focus. What the flag now? Yes. So this is my problem. That's the Mandalorian symbol. And this headstock is based on the Mandalorian rifle, but we've called the guitar the Boba Fett. So it's all getting a little bit confusing now.
Super chat from Terry.
Terry.
Says Mandalorian helmets as the control knobs.
Again, they wouldn't do that.
There's so many. Can I just read you out some suggestions?
Yes, please.
Thermal detonators from Mr. B. Fox, 1775.
Yep.
Jason Doss says BB-8.
Again, completely different character.
I know.
And that's while it's a fantastic idea in and of itself, it's not something within the universe that would be done in the universe. It would be those designs, but it wouldn't be, hey, I like the look of this droid, I'm going to copy this droid on you, because droids are just droids.
IFAX says the control knobs should be Stormtrooper helmets.
Same argument?
Yeah, but when I have actually watched the series, the Stormtrooper helmets on Pikes on Tatooine when they...
This here is somebody who hasn't watched the series yet.
I have.
You have
You
now.
haven't. I have you?
I have. I
Okay.
thought you were saying that you hadn't watched the series.
I've watched both The Mandalorian and Boba Fett because Mum wants to watch it. I don't particularly enjoy them, but anyway. But remember the Stormtrooper helmets on Pikes outside the town.
Yes.
So Stormtrooper helmet, a little bit battered as the control knobs.
Yes, but still, it's not... You wouldn't build a Star Wars guitar in the Star Wars universe using a frickin' Stormtrooper helmet, would you?
They're too big anyway.
You'd have a control knob that is a control knob that looks like maybe the end of a lightsaber or something like that, and they're all different. They've all got that feel, but it's not based on any one particular thing. In particular, it's the feel of the thing. My gosh.
Beyond says, okay, how about knobs made from black carbonite?
Hell yeah. Yeah, that'd be cool. 3. Okay. I need to have a bit of a break. And you guys can carry on this debate for a bit.
Base 6 basics.
Best 6 basics, what?
Base 6 basics. Says Universal Greeblies. Shout out to Adam Savage.
Yes, Universal Greeblies. I actually meant to buy some, but they're all plastic, and I decided that instead of buying, I was just going to make something like it, and then I changed my mind.
Ooh, casual failure. Something
Good name.
relevant to the sand people who trained Boba.
Yeah,
Be carved wood like a staff.
that's pretty cool.
There are offers here to 3D print cool control knobs for you.
That could be cool. I really do want my own 3D printer at some point. That would be cool. I've just scratched them both going in that way, just because here I am, and I thought it made sense. Yeah, that looks pretty cool, I think. Okay.
Super chat from Renee Monseyo.
Renee.
Says, I'd say something 70s like the hologram guitar pedal knobs, but lit underneath by LED lights.
You don't want me to finish the build, do you?
I think people are enjoying their Mondays, spending time with
Oh, I'm not
you.
going to not do that. I'm not going to not do Monday builds. I do think... well, so in the last one we talked about me doing some Lord of the Rings builds, and potentially, since it was the live stream that birthed that idea, we should maybe have Mondays as a live streamed Lord of the Rings build.
Awesome.
And then we do, you know, the next 20 years of doing that, because there's that many inspirations, aren't there? Just within that one universe. Just tidying up a little bit. This workbench has got a little bit much.
Got some art books I can lend you.
Yes. I will take you up on that. Let me see. Ha! Bear Branding has just come in with a flash message, and it says, rebrand, the Bendalorian. Love it. He's a bad influence. Bitcoin breaks free of stocks to surpass 42k. Finally. Not that you
Never
guys
mind those super chats. Come on.
just keep on checking my phone.
iFax sent 2 super chats, 1 message.
Okay, thank you.
Razor crest control knob Baby Yoda used to play with.
Ah. Wasn't that just a simple
That was just
sphere?
a yeah.
Razor crest control knob.
That was just a solid ball.
Oh no, there's a Star Wars official watch.
Oh no. Guys, he's digressing.
There's a Star Wars official Mandalorian limited Razor Crest watch. That actually looks frickin' cool. If a little bit poopy. When you look closer. Is that a chicken trying to get in?
No, Jasper.
It's Jasper, okay.
Let him in.
No, I've got some food to eat. Okay, now. Sorry, I'm clearing some space. Yeah, so it's 20 past 2 now. We've been going for 3 hours and 20 minutes. I do need to stop and have a bite to eat. Otherwise, I am just going to start really going off piste, because I am diabetic and I require constant feeding, constant food. So there is that. But yeah, Talitha, I'm going to set this camera up so that they can look at you.
No.
There we go. And I'm going to take my microphone off so I'm not eating in people's ears. And then we can carry on. Hold on, I just need to mute everything for a sec.
What's the suggestion of a Discworld build?
There's nothing wrong with that.
No, I'm asking. You talked about Lord of the Rings. I want Discworld.
I mean, yes, I would like a Discworld build myself. Very much, actually. But, yeah. It's, there are so many things. Let me unpack that. I have wanted to do a Lord of the Rings inspired build since the movie started coming out and since I started. In fact, I would say that it's... When did the first one come out?
Lord of the Rings?
Yeah, find out for me.
Like 2004?
Said find out for me, don't guess.
You should put the camera back on yourself then.
The camera is back on me.
Good.
Just for the minute. You don't need to find out, hold on. Lord of the Rings, first movie, release date. 2001. So there we go. I was building instruments then, and seeing the behind the scenes, how they made the films, inspired me from then to do Lord of the Rings based making. It wasn't necessarily guitars at that point. It probably was, actually. So that's something I've wanted to do for 20 years. Doing a Discworld inspired instrument, cool, and I'm a huge fan of the world, but it's not been something I've wanted to do for 20 years. Okay.
Henry Darker wants to know why you put wood glue in your bun.
In my yeah, that's how I roll.
He's fueled by coffee and glue.
Coffee and aliphatic resin. That's me. Right, entertain them, Shalita.
Ask questions.
Talk to people. I'm munching away.
Yeah. I'm reading. Terry Love says eat, don't talk.
Is that like make love, not war?
Just eat, don't talk. And Michael Domberger says one guitar to rule them all. That'd be cool. But if you want to make an entire series of themed, it's not going to be one single Lord of the Rings themed. It's going to be a Lothlorien themed, a Mordor themed, a...
Yeah, potentially just elven, dwarven, hobbits, man, for example. Or it could even be, as you say, there's a specific elven home that looks a specific way. Or I could go in and decide. You're making me talk.
Shh, my secret. Jeff's Guitars wants to know if I enjoy spending Mondays with you. But if I'm not with you face to face, you're on a computer screen, so...
If I'm on a computer screen, you can...
Mute you.
Mute me or make me sound like a...
Chipmunk.
Chipmunk, yeah.
Matt Lang says one guitar for each of the rings. So there were the number of rings for man, number of rings for elves.
3 elven rings, I think. 8 men.
And Deja Voodoo says you have to do a 3/4 sized Hobbit build.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose I have to.
As a travel guitar.
Yeah, the Hobbit one could be made out of a little tobacco barrel or something.
Cute. And all natural finish, natural woods. Or,
Yeah, more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet. Joe Thornhill has a question. Why not do 2 or 4 piece necks, especially for a through neck, and then you have a permanent physical center line?
It's not necessary.
But would that make your life easier, or is it just an unnecessary...
It wouldn't make it easier or harder. It's in general, I like the look of the central piece being a central piece and a focal point, essentially. But yeah, either way, it makes no real difference to me. It's all to do with how it looks rather than anything else. It's the work of 3 or 4 minutes. I've got crumbs on the guitar. It's the work of 3 or 4 minutes to tops to measure out the centre line, and yeah, go for it.
Will Baines says the Ent guitar will just be a tree with strings. I can see you...
No, the Ent guitar, I'd have to actually literally grow a tree and manipulate it as it's growing into the shape of a guitar.
Bonsai! It would take generations. I can see you really going overboard with hand carving, especially for like an Elven Lothlorien theme. And with dwarf runes.
I mean, I have prior.
Yeah. Lord of the Strings. Crumbs on guitars. Just as he's taking a drink, that was almost a spit take.
Meanies.
Thank you, Ben Timon. Andrew Rowland says, if you do a Discworld inspired build, would the guitar case be modified on Rincewind's luggage with feet?
That could be fun.
See, I want to be involved in a Discworld build with you because I could sculpt some stuff.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, frankly, you should be involved in any case.
Sauron's one string would be a diddly bow from Dave Nyberg.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any questions just for me? Mick M says use the Mandalorian chest symbol for the knobs.
Mm-hmm. I'm Googling that as we speak.
Norm Barrow says an Ent build will all be raw edges.
Yeah, a live edge.
And Paul C says a Discworld guitar will have to be made out of sapient pear
Sapient
wood.
pear wood, yeah.
Oh, can you imagine a Smaug inspired guitar? Thanks, Chris K.
Oh, my delivery's yeah. I'm doing.
Oh no! Are you bringing it down here or are you going to play with
Run
it?
like you know.
He's gone. Thanks. Mandalorian mandolin. That would be super cool. Hide the squirrels. As soon as he leaves the room, you guys are full of suggestions. Sit. You stay there. Camera one. Three. So Tanya brought down some nuts for Ben to snack on, and clearly hasn't been feeding the squirrels. Glue everything to the ceiling. Matt Lang, do you know how much stuff he has in here? Instead of hiding the tools. SPGM, I'll suggest that to Bear. Instead of hiding the tools, it'd be funny if you slow or speed up Ben's voice in your final edit of today's episode. That would be funny. Glue the guitar to the bench. Jason Smith, I think that would cause a hernia. Ezram, good point. How about we stop suggesting direct Disney property for a build before we summon a team of unstoppable lawyers? Yeah, dangerous. Lock the door from the inside? Nah. Dan Peacock, it has been pretty sunny today. It's actually quite warm in this workshop, and I don't know if it's because Ben has a heater on or if the sun's been streaming in here all day, but it's quite nice. Hide the guitar. Jason Smith, I think he would be very angry. Diego de la Cruz, for a novice in video editing, OBS or DaVinci. I like DaVinci because it is a professional grade software for free. It is incredibly user friendly, and the tutorials, both from the company that makes DaVinci and from other people online on YouTube who use it, are really, really good. So try DaVinci first.
I don't trust you.
You shouldn't. They're protesting. You haven't fed them recently.
Nuts. Alrighty. So yeah, the camper has arrived, and that's it. The stream's over. I'm going up to play now. Bye. See ya. The studio speakers haven't arrived yet though, so that's coming tomorrow, and I'm very much looking forward to playing with that.
Good.
Okay.
Tanya did also want me to point out that she brought the nuts down for you.
Yeah, she told me as well just now. You go in the corner.
Did Tanya tell you about Paul Need's suggestion?
I don't know.
Okay.
There's been a lot of talking about a lot of people, and I've heard Paul's name more than a few times today, so potentially.
Well, Paul Need is thinking about kidnapping you, holding you ransom in order to, get tools and coffee And he's just wondering if Tanya and I would actually pay the ransom to get you back.
Bloody doubt it. I'm afraid to say, I doubt it. How quiet would your lives collectively be?
Oh, man. But I think Tom would get Crimson to pay the ransom because you're kind of the face of the company, so...
Kinda. Ah. No, you'd have to do a GoFundMe kind of thing.
Yeah.
Um,
The fans would want you back.
I hope. There we go. It's not fun watching me eat, I'm sorry.
Old Man Zen says we should put a Grogu sticker on the front of the guitar.
That's actually quite a cool idea, although stickers are probably the domain of the person who buys it.
Yeah.
So that would be up to Rich, I think.
But are you still planning to do like battle damage and scarring
Mhm.
on the aluminium?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Ali's second mail says I thought Carl Urban was the face of the company.
Yeah, but that's kind of an open secret.
Yeah.
This is the hobby. No, wait, making A-list movies is a hobby.
Mm.
Anyway.
Yeah. Did you just touch the headstock with pizza fingers?
No.
Caught. That's a pie, isn't it?
This is a pork sausage roll.
Why is Tam a traitor?
Why is Tam a traitor? Because he wouldn't pay the. Because he would pay the ransom. I don't know. Because he's not here. Because he's at work.
Ezram says I think they should probably... Ezram says he would probably pay the ransom.
I mean, I'm slightly worried about my safety now, to be honest.
Don't worry, no one knows where you are except when you're at Crimson.
It's fairly easy. Anyway.
Shane Doherty wants to know if you brought coffee back with you. No, he brought 2 bananas.
I panicked.
You've got your tea, right? Yeah,
Mhm.
you do. Robert R. has a suggestion.
Okay.
Using small screws along the edges of the aluminium to act as both a design element and to ensure that the top stays attached.
Yes, that would work, and it was something that I considered, but it doesn't really fit in the theme. That's more steampunk than Star Wars. Star Wars has clean lines and no rivets, essentially. In general.
Benjamin Bellamy says a kidnapping would be like the ransom of Red Chief. The kidnappers would beg to give him back. Hey, he's on your side.
Not really. No. Make him stop talking.
That's what duct tape is for. Gosh, 6:30 a.m. in Los Angeles.
Seriously?
Which means they've been watching. Yeah, wow, yeah.
It is far too...
Rob Phoenix says we may collectively pay the ransom, although a 10% discount might be needed to incentivize.
I think that's fair enough.
We'll throw in some stains as well, guys.
Okay. I'm going to munch this banana. I'm actually just taking this as a minute to think. So in reality, the live streams should start at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If it's 6:30 in the morning on the...
Yeah, but if it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon now here, what time is it in Australia?
Well,
You can't just cater
no.
to America.
No, that's the thing. In Australia, it's super middle of the morning. Time now in Australia.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning there.
You
Whatever time I do it, it's wrong for Australia.
Yeah.
Period. Time now, USA.
Matt Lang says, change the camera, don't eat the banana. 1:40 in Melbourne, Australia.
Yeah. 1:40 a.m. So basically, whatever time I do it, it's a bad time.
Mm. Arthur says 11 a.m. UK is 6 a.m. right coast and 3 a.m. left coast. So like America, massive time zones.
Mm. This is the thing, I'd like to start at sort of 6 a.m. really, which is 2 o'clock in the afternoon here, because I can work from 2 in the afternoon to...
late at night.
Yeah, to sort of 11, 12. The problem is that I like having Tanya do it with me, and she can only do up until about 2 because of school runs and stuff. And that would be sad.
Yeah. There's more time zones, so it's 20 to 11 at night in Taiwan, and it's 20 to 11 in Malaysia.
Yeah, so Taiwan, Malaysia, that's on the same sort of side as Australia, lines-wise. I don't know. Anyway, at the moment it is what it is. We're starting at 11, which is early in the morning. I suppose the real thing to bear in mind is that the bulk of our viewers are actually either in the UK or in the US. So if I can figure out a live stream time that suits both of those more, then the bulk of our viewers are catered to.
Paul Needs says we need to relocate to Discworld. If the world was flat, we wouldn't have these issues.
Do you know what? That's very tempting. Okay, I no longer need to care about what's on my phone because my package has arrived.
Casual Failure says catching bun would be far too easy. A stick holding up a box baited with a trail of old hand planes.
Yep. Yep. I actually dream about finding tools like that on a fairly regular basis. So, so yeah. I mean, you got me.
Take notes, people. Oh, Arthur suggests you do a 2-hour on, 2-hour off, 24-hour build.
3 little dots next to his name. You can just put something in time out there. I'm just muting the cameras for the microphones for a bit. Ed Bond
Wants to know, barn, find, hand plane, or a watch. You have to choose one.
Depends on the watch. Yeah, it depends very, very much on the watch.
Check your levels. Is your mic on?
Levels. Levels. Yeah.
Okay.
My butt has not muted this one. The squirrel just scared the crap out of me.
Which one? How?
It looked at me. I'm not used to eyes being there, all right?
That's where I found it in the first place.
Yeah. You sure?
Yes, it was there.
It's a lie. It's a lie. Okay. Now, the energy is coming. It's coming back. I am fairly sure that that nut is fine. I'm happy with that. Could be fun to actually bolt it in. Is that required? All right.
Joshua Valverde wants to know what's under the hat. I'm assuming it's the cap over there.
Oh, yeah, that's Stanley number 7. I am somewhat at a loss at this point. I need to make a backplate, that is for sure. I need to drill through the controls and figure out what we're doing with that. The plans, which are going to be sent out to one of the winners of the raffle, say a volume and a tone and then 3 mini toggles on. So essentially you're turning the pickups on and off like that, which is something that can be done.
Have you decided on side dots?
I haven't really decided on side dots, to be honest. They were going to be... Yeah, that was going to be something that we considered. I knew it. Like every single time I put that nut back, I thought, careful, you're going to drop that. And I put it off, and then I dropped it, and then I dropped it, and I've lost it.
Uh-oh.
You know? Yeah, nutty. There's a squirrel when you need one.
You genuinely lost it?
Oh yeah, genuinely.
Down here.
Oh, it went running. Whoa! Hi.
Just a game of hunt.
I think I kind of look a little bit like Silent Bob.
You do. You just need a trench coat.
Okay.
There, can you sort that out for us?
Don't even. Okay. Well, there we go. So the half pencil trick, that worked very well. And that goes in this drawer here. Bum. Let us have a think. I really am tempted to go and make a coffee.
So the K wants to know, how many streams are we expecting now? I'm assuming to the end of this.
Oh, to the end of this build, we're pretty much... This is the penultimate, I'm sure of it. At this stage, I've got to do some sanding and some sorting out. I'm thinking about changing the curve here. So this needs to have a change so we can get rid of the bulk of this, because you don't need that much material here. I want to do... It's going to be an interesting shape, basically. So something getting rid of that, so it's a little bit more ergonomic. That will still be up there to have the strap button in, sanding, make the back plate, drink some coffee. We're all good, really.
Lots of laughing faces in response to you saying this is the penultimate.
Where's the faith, my people?
And Jack Beale says you talk too much to be silent, Bob. Can't argue with that.
A good point, well made. Okay, so there's some finessing on the headstock, but we've had enough of the headstock for now. Okay. I don't find this very uncomfortable. I think this is absolutely fine. But people have commented, so let's get rid of that then. Bit of carving then. Or do we do a poll?
Shivang Agarwal says the faith is in you making a cool guitar, but no chance you're making one in the given time frame.
You are correct. You are correct. Okay, so I'm going to do what I did last time and just use a Forstner bit to remove some of the excess material. It's all cross-grained and all over the place. It's amazing the difference when I've eaten. It's, yeah, almost like it's fuel or something.
Who'd have thought?
Who'd have thunk it? Okay, and the sun's coming through as well. So I don't want to go... Yeah, that'll do nicely.
Jack Beale says you're looking very new metal with the beard and the hat.
I've got a bunch of lyrics going through my head, mainly Fred Durst, and none of which I'm prepared to actually utter on this channel.
What, nothing from
Do
Moriarty?
do. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. I'm going to turn the main microphones off for a second. Yeah, that's better. people crying about the noise? No? Good.
Go do the roadie super chat.
Go on then, go to the roadie. Are you going to goad me?
Yep.
Yeah, I thought so. Go on then.
Limp Bane Kid.
Yep, I deserve that. Am I not cool enough to pull off a backwards cap? Probably not.
She's probably got the crimson logo on the back.
Yeah.
Is your mic back on?
Nope.
Matt F just wants to know if you've done your mass sharpening session or is everything still a bit blunt?
Nope, everything's still a little bit blunt. Oh, sorry. So sorry. It's all his fault. I was planning on doing a mass sharpening session yesterday, looked at the guitar and thought, all I've got to do is sand. There's no point.
Never assume.
Yep.
Have you talked about Atlantic Dagger at all today?
I have. A little bit later, if you talk about exactly where the GoFundMe is and all that. I sense a sick burn coming on.
Oh no, not for you, not for you. I'm feeling very sorry for Mark. Mark Joby Paynton says, "Help! Does your stunning stains wash out, or do I owe my other half a new tablecloth?"
Whoops. I mean, the water-based, you probably,
Eventually.
I mean, maybe possibly bleach potentially, but I think what you've got is an experiment in tie-dye.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm happy. Let's move this all the way over here. How about now?
Frozen carbonite. Is it back? Let us know. RIP stream. There we are, he's back.
Okay. So,
Whoops.
I need that computer now, I'm afraid.
Okay.
You could unplug the thing. Alrighty, ladies and gentle people. The cap comes off. I'm too hot now. Yeah, so what happened there was somehow, yeah, I turned the whole, hi, how you doing? I turned the, I've tapped away and the power button for the Atom Mini Pro that runs the stream unplugged itself. Thank you for the warnings, everybody. Limp Ben kit. Fine. Fine. Refresh. We're back up now. Sorry. B. But now I need to do something with the setup.
Do you want another cup of tea?
It's not yet 2 o'clock. Could I have a coffee, please?
It's past 2 o'clock. Okay, it's 10 a.m. somewhere in the world.
Here we go.
Wait. You're asking the person you rejected.
I did reject you last time.
Coffee.
Yes, absolutely. So what you do is you take a teaspoon of the instant stuff. I'm sorry, people. Teaspoon of the instant. You put it in the bottom of the coffee, the mug. You pour the milk in. Okay. Then you pour hot water in after that. After preferably stirring the milk and the instant coffee. It's about the only way that you can stomach instant coffee in the first place. But there is caffeination.
It's kind of rude. You telling me how to make coffee when that's how I did it.
Fair enough. I think you put about 14 teaspoons in there. Okay.
Hold on. I'm going to take your plate back as well.
Okay. Yeah, watch out for the things. So, okay, guys. Sorry, I'm just logging into the Atom Mini Pro. There's some settings in there that it has decided to turn off. So I now need to change them. If you're very careful, you should be able to see that the audio is now a little bit out of sync. So I need to I hope this doesn't mess things up. Let's see. Okay, so okay, all good. I'm a bit blurry. My apologies. Okay, so that should be done now. Okay, excellent. So I'm going to give this back to Talitha, who's just gone off to the house to grab me a coffee, and we can carry on with the build. After I tape that power thing in, what can you do? Esrom says, Ben, I think you know how disappointed I am that you have to drink instant coffee. Not for much longer. Mike D says the picture was clearer before I did whatever I did. Refresh again and see what happens. Scott Oxley, I'm hurt, but I agree that the head tattoos do need a little bit of work. You are not wrong. Okay, so that's in, and I need some tape. Here we go. Okay. Auto program. Yeah, it looks okay to me. It wouldn't really be a stream if there weren't issues. Yep. Okay, hold on. So I'm just putting electrical tape around the power supply, which was essentially just through tapping knocked out. I am going to completely fix all of this is going to be rebuilt, and the power supplies, etc., is going to be removed from contact with the bench, and we're going to go from there. It's a long-term process. Okay. Huh. And apparently the audio is better as well. Okay, fantastic. There we go, done. I still have some cross-grained nonsense going on here with this carve. I am going to see what else I've got gouge wise. Now, as that all went to crap, excuse my language, Talitha was asking me whether I would consider doing a sharpening live stream, and this is, I think, the third time I've answered it. I will happily do a bunch of sharpening on a live stream. Absolutely, but it will need to be done on the Crimson Guitars Extras channel. Live streams for the main Crimson channel are 100% for guitar builds and major announcement sort of things. How are you, Talitha? That coffee looks like, yeah, a lot better.
It looks weak to me.
Well, you know.
But then I don't drink coffee, so I probably shouldn't be trusted to make it.
You've been trying to get me to not trust you to make coffee for years. I see through it all.
Rats.
Okay. This is camera 2. What's camera 2 looking at? Camera 2's looking at that. There we go. Thank you very much, Krivarai, for your help there in the background. I seriously appreciate it. Main mic is going off so that I can hammer a bit. All right, how's that going?
Good.
All right, so yeah, Creever, seriously, thank you very much, and have a good shopping trip. What happened there was that when it turned off, the Atom Mini went back to its default settings, and how the sound got better was that I had made changes to the stream settings based on what you told me to do weeks ago. So yeah, I'm glad it works. All of the yeah, it's all good. The question is, how do I want this to feel?
No, how does Rich want it to feel?
Yeah, it's a lot better. Got any questions for me, Talitha? Queries, comments, criticisms?
The central scrutinizer wants to know what watch you're wearing today.
The central scrutinizer is a username that makes me not want to tell him or her. That sounds very scary. I like it. I like it a lot. I am wearing the Rolex GMT Master 2 Bat Girl with a Jubilee bracelet. I was very, very lucky. Yeah, I was very lucky to be offered one at retail. I would never have paid grey market prices, but yes. Funnily enough, if you're offered a Rolex at retail, you don't say no if there's any way that you can do it. So I was offered it, and I was like, "Yep, fine, yep, be there soon, see ya." And then immediately put it in the safe for 2 months and didn't wear it because I didn't immediately fall in love with it, and it was a slow burner. But yeah, I have the perfect 3 Rolex collection at this stage, and yeah, I don't think I'm going to be looking for more, to be honest. I don't like playing the games, but...
Is that work holding sufficient? It's moving quite a lot. Sorry?
Get behind your computer, editor.
Right?
Can you imagine if I talked to you like that in real life?
I would have quit like after 1 year.
You've been trying to quit for years, Talitha. Yes, I tell you. Let me take this camera around. The work holding is sufficient. It's just putting the guitar in a position that I need it to be in. I'm not putting much pressure on it. And my hand was actually behind the neck, also supporting it.
Okay.
So yeah, again, we've got to the point where I've got a fretboard that I don't want to damage, but it's also awkward to clamp up, essentially.
Curtis Gentry has a question.
Hi, Curtis.
Bun, what would you say is a normal travel guitar scale length? Thank you.
Honestly, I've got some knots going on here. There's one there. There's one there. It's not ideal.
That's not the question.
I know that's not the question. I'm playing for time. Dagnammit.
Okay.
I would suggest that the normal scale length for a travel guitar is actually a standard scale length, a shorter one, a 629mm Gibson Les Paul style, for example. At the lowest, I would personally go down to about 600. You want to take a guitar that feels like a guitar to you to play. So you can shorten it a little bit, but you don't want to go that much more. Where it becomes a travel guitar is in the design, in how small the body is, going headless, and all of that, in my opinion.
Fast Swipe says angle grinder handles cross grain really well.
I love his username. Her username, their username. I love their username. Yes.
No to the angle grinder.
An angle grinder would do this very rapidly. But I just don't want to kick that much dust into the air in my studio. We could go outside, but there's no cameras out there. I seem to have gone off using the angle grinder. That's interesting.
Will Baines is asking for some advice.
Go away, Will Baines. That's what it sounded like I was starting to say. Go, hit me with the advice.
Go away. Advice for routing a piece of wood with a large knot in it. I have some oak that I'm making into a V, but there's a large knot in the central portion around where the pickups would be.
It's not a problem whatsoever. Your router will handle that with ease and aplomb, in my opinion. So yeah, generally I say when routing that you should remove as much material as possible prior to routing away using a force and a bit or something like that, and that will save wear and tear on your router bit. But yeah, the router bit is much stronger than any. Talitha's fiddling behind the camera there, looking at bits and pieces and stuff, and just causing general mayhem and trouble, really.
You should know the dangers of asking me into your workshop.
Yes.
Rodney Allen asks if it or suggests drilling the knot out as much as possible before you use the router.
Yes, well, that's where I was going. I always say remove as much material as possible just to save the router bit in any case. So yeah, drill away the bulk of it with the Forstner bit, and you'll be good.
Can I ask a question about staining?
Absolutely.
So Dave Lavallo says, Ben, I'm going to be leather dyeing with an oxblood colour on mahogany.
Okay.
Any advice to get the best colour possible? I plan on filling the grain first. Any advice?
First of all, buy a crimson guitar stain rather than some random leather stain. But that being said, do you need grain filler? He said he's going to grain fill before, yes?
I plan on grain filling first. Yeah.
And it's a mahogany, is it?
Yes, oxblood colour on mahogany.
Okay, there we go. I was listening. I wasn't, making up a stupid joke about buying crimson stain to get the best colour first. Honest. Well, it's just a case of putting it on relatively dry, but it really depends on the stains. So the best thing to do is to test first. If you are grain filling, you want a grain filler that is going to take the stain properly, or at least is stained the right colour before you start. You want to sand away the excess grain filler so that you're not creating a blotchy look with the stain, and then it's just yeah. But you need to practice, 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 practice. Come on, then.
Ooh, Robert R says looks like it might be time to sharpen that gouge.
Yeah, Robert, you're right. Quit busting my chops.
Some super chats.
Cool.
2 separate super chats from Colm Cross. Thank you very much. Complimenting my voice. And
I mean, we can't all have fantastic hearing. I'm so sorry.
Rude much. Super chat from Triple FFF wants me to force you to answer for your milk first criminality.
What? With an instant coffee, you don't want to burn the grounds beforehand as much as possible. So milk first. I mean, it's criminal to do that with tea for sure.
That's the type of question where nobody's going to agree.
It's the type of question where 50% of people are going to agree with you and 50% of people are going to,
Yep.
fight. So we've got our first wound and aging due to carving into a...
I thought you were talking about yourself.
no. I hurt myself quite a lot last time, I seem to recall. So I'm just slicing across the grain. And that knot is just going to be part of the character of the guitar. Oh my god, he's amazing. Bear, you are a freaking genius. Okay.
Strider Hellrider says,
Yes.
Don't you think it will be uncomfortable to slide the hand over that notch at the bottom of the neck?
That's exactly what I'm thinking at the moment, but it actually isn't. Alright, so that's...
Joshua Valverde says you need to make a Tam and Unsilent Bob Wayne's World style Crimson Rock t-shirt.
Yeah, bring it on. So I like the look of that, but as you say, you want it to be... I could carry on the shape of the neck, but we'll see. So make the whole thing bigger.
Zelicanth says, I think they might have permanently broken how I see Ben.
What, those two images?
Yeah.
Abort, abort. Okay. Yeah, that's really comfortable, actually. That, except for, yeah, as you say, except for that bit. Okay. Come on then. Do.
So, Gregory H has been asking a question
Alrighty.
and wants to know if you're making... Hold on.
Trouble.
Will this be the Lights guitar, spelled L-I-T-E-S?
I don't know what he's referencing. Am I not geeky enough?
I don't know. And then a question from Curtis Gentry.
Okay. Please, yeah, with the whole lights thing, let me know what I'm missing.
Yeah, do you mean from the amount of wood he's carving away to make it? Is it a weight-wise question or a
Oh,
design?
it is going to be a very lightweight guitar. Yes, that's for sure.
I thought you just knocked over your coffee.
Now.
So Curtis Gentry
Yeah.
says, last question please, I'll leave Silent Bun alone. When are you announcing the GGBO details? Itching to get started with my first ever build, thank you.
First ever build, bloody hellfire. It will be within the next 2 weeks. I have got a bunch of phone calls to make this week to just finalise my plans, and then that will be, it will be announced and let the games begin.
Cool. And Terry Love sent a super chat.
What's Terry stirring up today?
Oh no, it's a genuine question.
Okay.
Could Ben chisel out the knot and put an inlay of something decorative?
Yes, absolutely, and on a normal guitar that's exactly the sort of thing I would be thinking about. But on this one we are planning on creating battle damage and the like in any case, so there's no real need to do that.
And two coffee-themed comments from Patrick Artner, who says coffee-stained guitar could be a theme for a new sponsor.
Yes.
And Ed Bond is asking, does coffee stain wood? Asking for a friend.
Yes, it does.
And one is asking,
Okay.
hello, please ask Ben, why not blend and do a reverse concave carve at the top like you did on the volute?
Yes. You are a very, very, very smart individual, and that's pretty much exactly what I'm thinking of doing. I just want to get the basic shape of the swoop first. But yeah, that hard edge is this hard edge here is going to end up being something else. When you take the time to actually type a reply out, Talitha, it does make me a bit nervous.
You told me I had to engage, and Creeveri's gone. So there was a question about whether or not your GGBO entry has to be filmed.
Yes, it absolutely does.
And Comcast says I should charge you by the word.
Huh?
I should charge by the word, apparently. Like an audio book voiceover. I don't know.
I disagree. The coffee is far too weak, Talitha.
And you drank the whole thing.
I did.
Greg Pearl wants to know if coffee stain has longevity. I suppose like a wood stain you'd have to seal it somehow.
Yeah, it would have to be underneath a finish. Oil or something like that. It's not something I've played with on in reality yet. But yeah, artists do it a lot on paper and stuff like that. So you know, it is something that can be done, and they will seal it with fixative or varnish. So yeah, we can do the same thing.
Didn't one of the students last year...
Made a coffee bean guitar.
Yeah, but he also stained. So the coffee beans were infused in resin. And he also stained the body.
I don't remember.
If he did, it must have had like the flash coat finish.
Yeah.
I can vaguely remember that. Super chat from David Oddy, thank you very much.
David, thank you very much.
No question though.
No question. If you have a question and you just pushed chat too early in the process, then please at us and we'll try and we'll keep an eye out for it. But if not, just thank you for your support in any case.
And Gregory H, who was asking about the light guitar, says now, would this be the lightest guitar? You keep taking more wood away.
It is going to be a very light guitar, yes. And I don't think it's going to be the lightest. My GGBO 21 entry was very light. There was almost no material there at all. But this is going to be, I think, a very, very light guitar in comparison to the normal run-of-the-mill instruments. Please excuse me. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this.
S. John M81 would like to know what exactly is a flash coat finish.
It is a 2-pack polyurethane varnish. I'm not entirely sure where we get it from or what exactly is in it, but it's a quick drying thing, and it was revolutionary to our process at Crimson, mainly for students in our guitar building school, because it means that we can finish a guitar for a student, take it to the spray booth on Friday morning, for example, and half an hour later the instrument is ready to be put together, which is amazing. Okay. So these gouges aren't actually that blunt. The issue is that I've got a lot of very weird cross-grained going on.
So one has sent a comment all in capitals, so I think he's shouting at you.
Okay.
He says, Ben, be careful with the dish. You are a couple of millimeters flush to the neck.
It's still, yeah, it's still about 5 or 6 millimeters thicker than the whole neck needs to be. So, yeah, I don't want to go much further than this. But yes, I thought he was going to shout at me for carving towards myself, which
Oh, you got that earlier.
yeah, I thought.
Someone-
I'm surprised. I was surprised that I didn't hear it actually.
I just didn't read it out. Another super chat from Godie the Roadie.
He is cool.
Yeah. He says, I used coffee to stain my jam jar amp kit treasure chest
Cool.
after using a blowtorch, and then I sealed it with a rattle can matte clear coat.
That's
Can you send us photos? That sounds amazing.
everything about that sounds awesome.
And I'm sure the Jam Jar Amp company would love to see that as well if you haven't
Yeah.
already sent them. And Tim Jennings also sent us a super chat.
Yeah.
Says, Ben, what is your favourite timber and or material to build with? Do you have a preference, or is it more based on the look that you're trying to achieve?
It's almost always based on the look, but my favourite material of all time has to be boxwood. I love boxwood. Okay, so now that I've got a shape I'm quite happy with, I'm not happy with this shape. We're getting there. Okay, so that's a pretty attractive shape. What's... kind of wants to go down. Weird one.
Thomas Corral said, I'd assumed Ben's favourite material was copper.
That was past me.
Funny that. Come on, you will still copper something.
Oh no, I do love it. I absolutely do. So I'm wondering about... We'll see. Okay, so we're currently out to here. Okay, so we're out to there, and then we've got another... You've got that shape, then we've got that there. And what we want to do is have another bevel. At a different angle, chopping that off really. So that's where my problem was. It was here.
One is yelling at you again. All capitals. Lots of exclamation points.
Okay.
Says, Talitha, tell Ben, beautiful work. Cheers.
I love it. Thank you very much.
And David Oddie sent a super chat earlier with no question, but he has sent a question.
Okay, yes.
And it's a question about your health.
Yes.
He says, Ben, you eat a lot of pizza. Are you diabetic?
Okay, so I don't normally eat quite so much pizza. There was only one piece of pizza at lunch today.
This time.
It was left over from one of my children from the weekend, and it was about 4 days old, actually. It feels about 4 days old. So, no, I generally have...
Healthier food?
I normally eat a little bit healthier. The rest of that was actually quiche, which isn't too bad. But yeah, during a live stream, it's just like, oh, this is the easy thing. It's cold. It's been in the fridge for days. And Tanya doesn't actually ask me what I want. She'll just send it down and I'll eat it because I'm desperate. So it's more Tanya getting rid of crap that's in the fridge than anything else. Oh, children have arrived.
Yes, it's 4:15. Wow. Slave to the ink. Needs your help.
Okay.
My brother bought a telly kit and refuses to stain it. How do I convince him to do so, and how hard do I have to hit him to get the point?
Well, I mean, if you hit him hard enough with the kit, you probably won't
We are
need
not
to actually
advocating
stain
violence.
it. No. I cannot get involved in good conscience because in the end it's going to be his guitar. You and I both know that if he doesn't stain it, he is in the wrong. But, you know, what can you do? Yeah. 3. Okay, so we're going to get rid of that. It's going to move this shape here further in. That's going to be a bevel that follows the shape of the guitar itself, the neck as it really wants to be, and will then come up to there. So we've got a multi-bevel kind of a thing going on. I do need to just sharpen these a tad while we're about it.
Andrew Monday says, don't carve anymore. It's perfect the way it is, Ben.
It does need to be carved a little bit more just because of comfort. That bevel is quite hard on the palm. That's the word I was after. But thank you. I'm enjoying doing these sort of teardrop shapes here. Yeah, going over there, it's a bit awkward. All right, so
Alan McRanzy says, I built a swamp ash telly with my dad and he convinced me not to stain it, and he was right. To each their own.
This is the thing. I really can't get involved. Okay, so piece of sycamore chopped off this guitar, and let's get rid of that. Clamp it in place. Okay, turn the big mics off for a sec. Okay, we're back. Just gonna put this in the vise. Actually, might be easier. Let's see who's at the front door. Smallest child.
You mean long-term project 3?
Long-term project number 3, yes. Would have been easier if I'd chosen a square piece of wood, but hey ho. So there we go. I've now got an inside and an outside curve exactly matching the gouge. And I can use that as a custom burnisher. Now, if I'd gone too far with it, I would have to use stones. But this is fine at this stage. There we go. Revitalized. And that only took a few minutes. The one with the tightest sweep here is much sharper already, so that is fine. Here's the guitar.
There's a question about the fretboard.
Hit me with it.
Mike
Not the fretboard, the question.
Oh, but there's one right here. Come on.
Yeah, I know.
Spoil sport.
That's me.
Mike Hubert
Okay.
wants to know, is your aluminium fretboard cast or is it billet?
Don't know. Don't have a clue. It was made by the Bond factory a long time ago. Sorry, that was the accountant. I don't know how they made it. Sorry. Yeah, it was from the original Bond factory in the 80s as it closed down, so yeah.
Very cool.
It is very cool, yes.
Arthur Castonguay says he was watching Bun bounce around silently during a meeting. Very squirrel-like motions.
It amuses me greatly how many people are watching this while real life is happening about them.
Yeah. Let us know what you're doing right at this moment.
Within reason. So that's where that is going to go straight down.
Thomas Carroll has something about the fretboard.
Okay.
He says, thinking about the time period for Bond, I'd assume it was cast, probably more likely. At least that would be my guess.
Yeah, I would agree as well. CNCs and things at that stage were not particularly common. So yeah, I think you're probably right on that one.
Okay. Responses to what people are currently getting up to while watching. Quite
Okay.
brilliant. Benny W is playing Mario Kart. Matt S is helping his 10-year-old with his homework. William is hanging out with his dog and working. Mike Hubert is designing a grain elevator.
That's cool.
Slave to the Ink is listening to his daughter going mental in the background.
Sort that out. We'll wait.
We've got Fast Swipe writing code. And Jamie Kramer is animating. And-
Animating?
Yeah,
Animating what?
yeah, let us know. And lots of people are working with you in the background. That's really cool.
It does make me happy. It really does.
Margaret Altvater is building a hand tool wall cabinet.
Yep. That
Sounds like fun.
sounds like more fun than I'm having. Actually, no, I lie. I am enjoying this bit now.
Super chat from Sweet Tea Guitars.
Sweet Tea Guitars, how the devil are you, sir?
He just says peace and love.
Alright, if you haven't yet checked out his channel, please go and do so. He's currently building a guitar to give away, so yeah, and it's going to be a pretty cool instrument.
Okay.
So awkward. I need a rasp. A rasp, I tell you.
So Robert R is just watching. Adam Newbury is assembling a new camera gimbal system.
Ooh, what did you get? Talitha has not managed to yet steal the DJI Pro I've got.
I just don't...
Unless she's taken that and left the bag there,
Yeah.
which is possible. Ah, poop. Ouch.
I don't know why you even have it, because you said it needs an iPhone to run.
Well,
And I've got,
I've got an old iPhone in there that I nicked from Sam. He was literally going to throw it away the week before I got that because the home screen doesn't work and all that. And yeah, so
Fine.
sorry, did I talk over somebody's question? Assembling a gimbal.
And I really hope Marcin is joking.
Marcin of the Nuclear Village is currently listening to us while
Landing a 747.
I mean, it's possible. It's possible, and yeah.
And Bear Branding Co. is watching the live stream and counting how many hours work he's got coming.
Quite a lot. He says, looking over his shoulder and making sure we're still recording.
Phil Plowman is lying there with COVID. I hope you feel better soon.
Oh man, sorry about that. For when the live stream finishes, there are about 1,200 odd videos or more that we've put out.
So many videos.
So representing many hours of Talitha's life.
The last 7 years of my life.
Surely it's more than 7 years.
No.
That he feels like more than 7 years.
2015 till now, I don't know. Anyway.
That's much more comfortable.
Jason Doss says he's been designing graphics for the past 12 hours and currently the sound of woodworking is the only thing keeping me sane.
Yeah, this is the real thing. So many jobs, as much as you enjoy them, you have to have something else. I can't. And there was one of you, I can't remember who it was, who's just sitting there watching. I think it's Robert R. maybe. I can't do that. it's physically, I am incapable of doing it. I have to sit there sketching something or thinking about something else or fiddling on my phone, or I can't do just one thing at a time.
When are you getting the ADHD medication?
The first opportunity for a proper appointment is in October.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
never mind.
well.
A question from David Oddy.
David Oddy.
Says, Ben, what is the best form of
Ow.
heating for a damp workshop? I have a dehumidifier but need some warmth.
Okay, so there's two things. There's a heater for while you're in there, in which case it doesn't really matter, whatever you fancy. I've got one on the wall that is thermostatically controlled. It's even got an app. It was about £200, so not majorly expensive. But I leave that and say, look, I want my workshop to always be 12 degrees or higher, but the heater will kick in if it goes underneath that. And that is on all the time because I'm in here all the time. For the small shed that's over there, that was the first little workshop I built in here rapidly during lockdown when big sheds weren't available. My wife and I, Tanya and I, have just put in a couple of small commercial window heaters that I took out of the vintage tool shop when I shut it down, and they are low output, but you just plug them in and they're constantly on, and they just take the chill and the damp out a little bit. So that's another option. But yeah, I would heartily suggest having a heater that is thermostatically controlled, and you don't have to think about it unless there's a power cut. It's yeah, what I do now.
Mark Jennings says he's waiting on a tool delivery so he can finish the guitar he started 5 years ago.
That tool delivery is coming from Crimson and has one of our new crowning files in it.
Cool.
So I'm interested to see what he thinks of it. And yes, I'm using my chin to propel the gouge. I don't know. A beard of steel.
There was a question earlier, and I can't remember who asked it.
Okay.
Why is it better, or what's the difference between using a mallet like yours that is curved to a square mallet?
Okay, so a square carpenter's mallet is for hitting really hard and for doing mortise and tenons and things like that. This is a carver's mallet, which allows much finer control. With a square one, if you hit it slightly off square, it pushes the gouge or the chisel somewhere where you don't want it to go. So this takes a little bit more thought, but will always hit kind of where you want it to go, basically. It's a weird one.
Sawdust Passion says if you slip, you'll lose a tooth.
Yeah, probably.
And Joshua Valverde says the beard of a squirrel, bun. The beard of a squirrel.
Yeah, I like that. So while I could have done this a lot faster using a random orbital sander, I certainly would not have achieved the same look. So, yeah. Comments, queries, criticisms?
One says such a cool carve. Mike Hubert says he was going to ask if that's a common technique. I'm assuming the chin thing. He says,
I do quite a lot.
I'm a metal worker, not a woodworker.
Yeah, with metalwork you don't want your body to really be touching what you're working most of the time.
No.
Not in that fashion, at least. So the chin thing is predominantly because I am trying to be quiet and don't want to be using the mallet, really. So yeah, it's not really common, but it's a way to give me some more control.
Jeff's Guitars would like to know how long it took you to set up your workshop.
I'll let you know when it's finished.
Okay, when did you start?
That's actually a really difficult question. It probably only took. I had it working. I had it functional as a functioning workshop fairly soon after building it. It took about a month to build out, to put in the wiring and all that jazz. But in the end, once I'd done that, it was functional, just not quite right. And yeah, we're still not quite right.
But it's an ever evolving. It changes
Yes.
with whatever you're working on at the time.
Yeah, to a certain extent. I mean, well, as Adam Savage says, I'm a high functioning hoarder. So I have a lot of stuff.
Have they seen this end of the workshop?
Yeah, they have.
Okay, cool.
So this is.
Slave to the Ink has an interesting question.
Okay.
Let's say you start with an LP-shaped body and you want to put similar curves on the top. Would you start with an arch top or a flat?
Similar curves to what? To what I'm doing here?
Yeah, Slave to the Ink, do you mean the curves from this particular guitar?
I basically always start with a flat top and then move on from there. But sorry, I just need to send a message to somebody.
Caramel wants it in.
You can let her in if you want.
Will she actually come in?
Maybe, probably not. I don't think she knows you. Sorry, I run all the businesses from here, and every now and then there's a question that has to be dealt with immediately. Okay, so I wasn't quite happy with that curve. Looking at it from this side, that line wasn't quite right. Now what I'm doing here is I'm cutting across the grain because we've got weird cross grain going up. Okay, perfect. I just unironically said cool. Ah. I think my anglicization is complete. Pip pip. How many of you... No, you all know that I'm not actually English, surely.
What game of guess the nationality?
Okay, come on. Okay, that looks much better from all angles. It's a very 3D sort of a thing going on there. Ask me questions, Talitha.
Super chat from Alex Simpson.
Alex Simpson, thank you very much for your super chat. I appreciate it.
Says, hey Ben, if you're looking for a 3D printer, I have an old resin-based one I'd be happy to send to you. Let me know.
That sounds amazing. Wrong camera. I thought this one was going. Hi. Resin-based. What does that mean? The only reason that I'm now thinking about getting into 3D printing is because I realised that that is not actually the sort of plastics I thought that you're using to do the printing. You can use essentially eco-friendly recyclable stuff. So if that's something that does apply, I would absolutely love to take you up on. Like, absolutely, absolutely. It's something that I want to play with, majorly.
So should Alex get in touch?
Sorry, yes please, via...
Office at Crimson?
Stream at crimsonguitars.com, because that's one that I can actually monitor.
Okay.
I turned off the ability to monitor Office and Shop myself a long time ago because
because of the hundreds of emails, right?
Hundreds?
Hundreds.
Yes, so if you do send an email to shop@crimsonguitars.com, you're potentially talking to my mother, our mother, the mother. Okay, I'm happy with this now. I think this is looking cool.
Cool. Another super chat.
Imagine what I could do with a 3D printer.
Oh boy. We'd lose him, guys. Super chat from James Kelly.
James Kelly,
Leveling my own frets for the first time.
well done.
Does the beam need to exactly match the radius of your fretboard? Thanks.
No, never. Absolutely not. No, the beam is supposed to be flat, and you're only leveling a small section along the top of each of the frets as you go, and yeah, anything else is not required. I'm so sorry, people. That camera's wrong.
And Gody the Roadie sent another super chat.
He is the MVP today.
Yep. Just wanting to know where he should send the Jam Jar Amp treasure chest photos.
That would be to you, Talitha, yes?
Yeah, so guild@crimsonguitars.com.
Yeah, okay. So I'm not going to have a third. No, I'm just going to have these two here. And that will be... essentially the neck heel is this.
Some more information about 3D printing.
Okay, cool.
S. John M81 says, Ben, I've been 3D printing for almost 10 years now. Eco-friendly filaments are pretty much useless for real applications.
Oh no.
PLA is the standard and is as close as you'll get to eco-friendly.
That's sad.
There's improvements and innovations all the time. So.
Well, this is the thing. From my point of view, it's interesting because we would be able to use it to prototype stuff out and play, and this is fun.
You're allowed to have fun.
Girls just want to have fun.
Bens just want to have fun.
Bens just want to have fun. Okay.
Lee Berry wants to know if you've ever considered using rainbow eucalyptus in a build.
Yes, I have considered it. I'm a fan actually of Antipodean woods in general. You can get some really, really pretty things. Okay, so now we've got that sorted. We fix the shape.
Super chat from Renee.
Renee?
He says, should invite Richard E. Grant for a Loki guitar.
Hell yeah. Nice.
And a super chat from Garage Master Guitars.
Yeah.
It says, "Hi Ben,
Hey.
I make my necks before routing the neck pocket. My first build has an okay body but an awful neck. The best way to reverse this process? Question mark.
Repeat that?
I make my necks before routing the neck pocket.
Okay, yeah.
My first build has an okay body but an awful neck. What's the best way to reverse this process?"
So to make an awful body but a great neck.
Probably to remove.
That was the first thing that occurred to
Yeah.
me, sorry. So essentially you need to remove the neck if you can. Yeah, you need to remove the neck basically. That's which is something that can be done using heat or literally just if it's absolutely terrible, chop it off at the heel and drill out the excess and chisel it out until you've got thin amounts, and then use heat to get rid of it. It's one of those things that does happen, I'm afraid. But yeah, I suppose while you're practicing, you can use bolt-on necks as standard and then move on to glued-in ones.
Ed Bond and Black Dragon have some more info about 3D printing.
Okay, yeah, please.
Ed says, "If you just wanted to prototype, then environmentally sustainable filaments and resins are great. They just struggle with long-term strength as they degrade."
Perfect, okay.
And Black Dragon says, "While not really eco-friendly, most common 3D printing materials are easily recyclable.
Oh,
I can see about sending you some links to YouTubers who offer good information on this."
yeah, please do. Stream at crimsonguitars.com. If it's easily recyclable, then that's all I really care about. Well, all I really care about. It would be great if it was a fully recycled thing. And from a production point of view, if we could, as a company, get into 3D printing, for example, guitar tops, out of something that, or fretboards, etc., out of something that acts and sounds and feels and looks like wood, that would be awesome.
And Lisa also sent a super chat about this
Thank you, Lisa.
and said, "For prototyping, PLA is fine. You can now get recycled PETG, which is stronger, and there are companies that recycle bottles to make their
There we go.
PETG.
Yeah, that's what I'm after. That's what I'm after. All right. This here, I'm liking that shape now. Yeah, a little bit of tidying up around there, but he tapers off.
Mid-center. That's usual.
Yep. It's the gears turning in my in what I class as a brain. But this here isn't ideal. I'm not sure what Pippin is thinking.
There's another dog barking down the road. Terry Love's just called you Clockwork Brain.
Yep. Actually, what is it? It's been about an hour and a half since I ate,
Yep, I'm winding down.
and I'm winding down.
Have some nuts.
All right.
Super chat from Jason Smith.
Jason Smith, thank you very much. I really appreciate your support.
He says, apart from the legend that is Robert Fripp,
Yep.
who else owns and plays one of your amazing instruments?
So I haven't built for any major names in recent years, and I think that's mainly down to the fact that we have gone from being guitar builders predominantly to being a guitar building school and a YouTube channel. In the earlier years, I built for Charlie Jones, who is a Goldfrapp's bass player, and among many other things, he's phenomenally talented. Susie Sue and the Band, she's one of their guitarists. Jacko Jaksic from Robert Fripp again. But in general, I build for non-professional musicians, really. I think it's also that we tend not to give guitars away, and most people who are established guitarists tend to expect it for free. So yeah, but that being said, in all seriousness, we haven't pushed the guitar side of the business at all in the last 10 years, 5 years, really. We've been building the school, we've been building the YouTube channel and all that. That is going to change with bells on. But yeah, it's not something we've been working on really. I am happy, I think, with this. I think.
And for a recap?
I don't want to take the cap off. Sorry, please forgive me.
No.
Yeah, okay, that's comfy. Ish. All right. So here's where we are. We've got some fairly organic feeling carves in here. Removed quite a lot of material. This fits the palm quite nicely, fits the back of the thumb right in there quite nicely. You've got full access all the way up. You know, I mean, what guitars can you do that on? Seriously? Hell, you can't. That's quite amazing, really. So yeah, we're all good. I'm debating fiddling around even more and just lowering that down to there, but I don't think it's necessary.
Question from Cosmic Joker.
Cosmic Joker, what do you have to say to me now?
Where will the strap button be?
On there. One somewhere else. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm sniffing in your ears. Yes, something there, like that. So these carves don't really feel very... These curves feel more organic than anything else. But it's fine.
Are you going to keep those edges sharp or are you going to smooth them?
What edges? These edges?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's very carefully carved in. Stop shouting at me. Oh, nobody actually saw. Yay! Okay.
What did you do?
I was gently paring away towards myself, which is fine. A child approacheth.
Long-term project 1. Hello.
Long-term project number 1, how art thou?
I'm good.
All right, are you here to take over from my sister?
Yes.
You are, okay. Well, I'll leave you two here for a second while I take a 2-minute break
Alright.
and think about this. And yeah, so a bit of a recap then. We've got a guitar, it's looking cool. You haven't seen your guitar.
Have you done more things to the
I've
guitar?
done some more things to your guitar, yes. Okay, so the carve is mostly done. I need a little bit of tidying up around in here. The carves here are pretty much in progress. I think I'm happy with that. I think I'm happy with that. The body is done, the routing is done, the trem cavity is done. The last thing I need to make before we go into finishing is the control cavity cover, which I'm going to do next, and we'll see about finessing any curves or shapes. But in general, we're pretty much there. Yeah, I like this guitar. I like this guitar quite a lot. Did I get distracted?
You did. So much for your 2-minute break. Terry Love sends a super chat.
Thank you, Terry.
Crimson needs their own line of guitars. Raven, bass,
Yeah.
Crow, and a smaller J.
Ah, I like it. There we go. That curve's much better. Okay, so... Well, yeah, there we go. That's nearly done. Jasmine, your guitar...
Yep.
Eee. Hang on there. So I haven't finished buffing it, but the next video in that series is me making a carbon fibre scratch plate for Jasmine's guitar, which is hanging up there. That will be going live this weekend, Saturday.
All
Because
being well.
Talitha here, there is no prevarication. You've had most of that footage for months. He says, cracking that old whip. Yeah, I'll be back in a second. You guys have a chat, and yeah. All good?
Yep.
Can you just look at one question before you go?
Hurry up. Yeah.
Well, no, you got to look at it.
I've got to look at a question.
Yes.
My gosh. Okay.
That one.
J. Kelly, your Crimson Dead Blow fret hammer is great, however you leave little dings in the frets sometimes. Stainless steel. Am I hitting too hard? You're either hitting too hard or at the wrong angle. Basically. If you don't hit square on, then yeah. It might actually be that your fret slots are too narrow and it's taking a little bit more work to...
Forced.
Yeah, more force than required. But anyway, I will be back in a second. Do you want me to change the camera so you guys are on screen?
Not really, but
And then you guys can talk.
we don't have much choice, do we?
I mean, you do. You 100% can tell me to naff off. Too late.
Oh well.
Oh,
Oh dear.
Okay. Back in a second.
Cool.
Nice.
So, how are you?
I am good.
Excellent.
Oh yeah, someone told me when he leaves we should hide the squirrel.
Well, he got freaked out because one of them was looking at him earlier.
Oh, there's two of them. Oh my god.
Yeah. Look, he turned this one around so his back is to him.
Yeah, but the squirrel will build the guitar now.
Yeah.
Yeah, just give him the...
There we go.
Yeah.
He should know not to leave us alone in the workshop.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're in charge now.
They're making plans.
Nice.
Oops.
Oh.
I was thinking of hiding his masking tape, but there's stuff in.
Oh.
Anyway.
Mm.
Camera.
I think he's on that camera right now. Now it's on
Camera
that camera.
2. The squirrels have taken over again. And camera 4. They're up to mischief.
Which camera? Oh. Oh, you can see.
You're back on. Yeah.
Oh. That's confusing. Alright.
So we gotta be careful.
Yes.
This camera for both of us is head height.
Yeah, no, I hit it the last time I was on.
I've hit it about 3 times now.
Yeah.
Masking tape and super glue trick the guitar to the bench. I don't think Ben trusts us to leave us alone in here for long enough.
Yeah, no.
So sneaking tools.
Sneaking tools?
This one's his favorite.
Oh. We
So
can hide it.
just put it there and see how long it takes him to notice.
Was he using it?
He's been using it on and off all day.
Oh.
So yeah, he'll need it again to finish off the shaping of the neck pretty soon.
We can hide this.
He hasn't actually eaten any of the nuts.
Oh.
So
Well, now he's got to sort things out.
Vincent van der Aard, not the Shinto. Yes, the Shinto. And Terry Love, I'm not going to masking tape and super glue the squirrel to the bench. The poor thing's fur would come out.
Oh, yeah. If you just took it out with a masking tape and like put a tool down, like not enough like to
Yeah.
keep it stuck, but is the other way.
I think so.
Let's see. I'll stay watching.
Might be able to.
I saw a boy, but not a man.
How was school today?
School was school.
This probably won't work.
I know Tom like masking taped like something onto the desk before.
Yeah.
Oh no.
There, it's not super glued, but it's stuck.
Yeah. chicken. It's so funny, it's going down the stairs. It like stops every few seconds and then just plop.
She's been pecking around the door all afternoon, like she wanted to come in, but then pushed off when I opened the door.
Yeah, no, I saw that earlier. They were like, stood there like, let me in. Alright. Awfully long 2 minutes.
He should know not to leave me alone in the workshop. But hey.
I was thinking it might be too far, but we can like masking tape one of the cameras. So that when he tries to change it, like one that he wouldn't notice.
They told me to,
Oh, he's on his way.
they told me to put a lens cap in one of the cameras. He wouldn't like that. Oops. See, I bumped the camera.
Oh no.
Invert all the camera images. I don't know how to do that.
Hello.
With the pencil as well. Gosh.
They don't like your curves.
They can poodle right on off. So Tanya would put the stream on to see what was said when you walked in. Pippin started barking,
No.
and then there's a slight delay on the stream. So Pippin then started barking at himself, barking in the stream.
Pippin Inception.
Pippin inception. Yeah. Okay. Alrighty, audio. I'm assuming you took photographs of these guys, yes?
No.
You can just screenshot the stream.
Alright.
Mark Jennings' work prank. He says, over the course of several months, we used to take 1 millimeter at a time off a co-worker's chair legs. Not enough to be noticeable day by day, but it soon added up and drove him mad.
Guys. What are they doing to you? Really? Yeah, got you both. Fantastic. It didn't stick.
She fights back.
Oh, of course she fights back. She's my daughter. All right then. So the reality is that that's quite nice and resonant, actually. This instrument is coming together. We've got a little bit of sounding to do. I need to make the back plate, and I'm going to do that to see how how it looks. And the next episode, we're going to basically finish it up, really. I think. We will need to talk about staining at some point, or leaving it natural. I don't know. We'll have a look. Now, Jasmine, you're going to take over from Talitha, who has some editing to do.
Have you used this laptop before? Or was it in your dad's? So the latest super chat, you can never scroll down far enough to read it. So try and catch it.
Yeah, you can always scroll up and chat.
Yeah, so the last one was Terry
What else
Love.
have they... Just checking what else you've
Nothing.
taped down.
But you left us down here for long enough. I mean, you're only yourself to blame.
Okay, fine. Fine. Alrighty. Well, it is what it is. Your mother said be aware of what you say at all times, because just be careful. Please don't swear. I'm saying please don't swear. We're a non-swearing channel. Thank you very much.
Did not state that beforehand.
I am stating that now. Okay.
So, sorry to interrupt. How late do you think this is going to go with Jasmine? Am I coming back.
Oh no, gosh, no. No. I will be finishing at about probably 6 at the latest. So this isn't going to be. He says, I'm not supposed to quote time ever.
Never promise. Just
Yeah.
ballpark.
I'm not planning on going for much longer. I'm knackered. I'm not feeling very well anyway, and we have achieved a hell of a lot. So yeah, no, I'm fairly.
So this is definitely at least one more episode after today.
I think so. Yeah, it's. But at this point, we're not actually rushing or changing. How many people have we got currently watching?
850.
Okay, it really is crazy how many people can take time out of their days on a Monday
You
to
don't have to worry about
spend
the
time with us.
microphone. I just leave it there.
Okay.
And it's the correct distance. So if you want to, yeah.
All right.
Okay.
The chicken's outside again.
She's cool. She's very cool.
One more chicken can.
Okay, so there is a little bit of a gap in the aluminium. There we are. Just along here where it sort of slipped a little bit. So I want to mix up some of the epoxy. This stuff is already black, and fill that.
Good luck. Have fun.
Yeah. Bye bye.
See you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Talitha. Have
Another time.
a good time. Everybody say goodbye to... I'm not going to even start.
Taz.
Taz?
There's been Taz, Tax, Tally.
Fair
Just
enough.
The sister. I'm
Tax is quite cool.
fine. Cool. Have fun.
All right, you too. Cheerio.
Bye.
All right, so we are on assistant number 3.
Yay.
How was your day, Jasmine?
It was okay.
It was okay. It was your first day back at school for a while, wasn't it?
5 days, yeah. I would be playing Terraria right now.
You would be playing Terraria right now if it wasn't for your old dad and streaming to a bunch of people.
I came home planning to go live, and then I remembered, oh wait, you're going live.
Yep, no, I am live, and I have been live for, well, since 11 o'clock, so a long time, but it's all good. Okay, so we've got a little piece of aluminium here that I'm just going to mix a small portion of the JB Weld up on, and then while that is curing, we can be looking at the back plate. So yeah, Jasmine, keep me up with questions and yeah, chat away.
Alright. Mark Hill asked, speaking of stains, I'm currently working on a V. It is black walnut back and a maple top. Any ideas of what colour I should stain it? Was thinking tobacco burst. Oh, gloves as well.
Too late. No, good shout. I have gloves somewhere, I think. Honest. Where are my gloves? Oh no, they're hidden. Right where I thought they were, just underneath something.
Yeah, I was going to say, you probably need a box.
Okay. Generally, with stain, I would say go with your first thought, and a tobacco burst on a nice walnut back is a fantastic thing. So yeah, I would say go with that. But yeah, you can do pretty much anything you want. That's the beauty, isn't it?
What does PPE mean?
Personal protective equipment.
Okay, so people saying PPE, Ben or Bun or whatever, so I was worried.
I'm Bun now.
Yeah.
And your mummy is Mrs. Bun.
Okay. Someone, I'm not going to try and pronounce the name. I'll just say, Margaret asked, which YouTube woodworkers do you mostly watch?
Excuse me, which YouTube woodworkers do I mostly watch? I tend not to watch any. which is really strange. I love Paul Sellers. I suppose you could probably call Adam Savage a woodworker. He's a what is he? A Renaissance man, I suppose. So Paul Sellers, Adam Savage, and this is where I utterly fall down because my memory for names sucks. I've probably watched all of them. Yeah, Matt Cremona, for example. You can't. His videos are awesome. You know, watching predominantly as trees are turned into useful stuff. But as a rule, I am not thinking about woodworking per se, or even guitar building. I watch and think about and spend time with dozens of other crafts, thinking about watchmakers or jewelers or all of those things, because I get a lot more inspiration from crafts tangentially related, just from creating and making. So yeah, it's a difficult one. But my biggest issue is that I'm terrible with names and terrible at remembering the specifics. So even if there's something I particularly want to watch again, I will really struggle to find it because my brain just does not. It just doesn't work the way I would like it to. So there you go. Also, this is because I'm now 20 years into what I'm doing. And if I had YouTube 20 years ago, I would be doing nothing but watching other builders, other makers, other woodworkers and guitar builders and all that jazz. Okay. There we go. I will clean that up later.
Find questions. It's upsetting.
There's a lot of people just talking amongst themselves, which is absolutely fine. Okay, so obviously we're in the middle of the build here. Super chats absolutely will get answered. They flash up and are saved, and we answer them. So that's and it also sort of, well, is very much appreciated. That being said, yeah, we're here building an instrument, so. Yeah, any questions that you have, ask away. That is 5-minute epoxy, and it's doing its job. Oh. So we're here.
The dogs are out and the chicken's also out. Should I go fix that?
No, the chicken is fine. She's on her fence and she knows what to do. And the dogs are more curious than murderous.
Yeah, but who the frick let out the dog?
The chicken's been out all day.
Huh,
as has the dogs, pretty much.
Huh. Oh.
Okay.
Red King Eye asks, I've stripped the paint off an 80s Squire, and I'm left with a thick layer of polyurethane.
Polyurethane?
Do I need to strip it to bare wood if I respray it with respraying with nitro?
No, not at all. So even Fender have a poly base, obviously, and then nitro over the top. So strip it back to the point where you're happy with the fact that you've removed material. If you want it to be as light as humanly possible and a hair's depth finish, then yeah, but you're just going to have to refill and all sorts of nastiness. So no, you don't even need to strip back the top coat, just flatten it to a point where you're happy to start applying your finish, basically. Okay.
Oh, Old Man Zen asks, how much to commission one of these with a regular fretboard?
I don't currently know. In general, I am not allowed to quote anything. They don't let me talk to customers at Crimson because I'm so far out of date with how much things actually cost. I would love to put this into production as an instrument. So yeah, it's something that we would absolutely happily do. It would... I don't think we've ever actually used the CNC machine to make a through-necked instrument. Not completely. Or you could commission me or a luthier to make one from scratch, but you have to get in touch via email to office@crimsonguitars.com, and yeah, it's something I would definitely be interested in doing. With bells on. Okay, now. Need to make a back plate. I'm going to use that. Of course, the hand that didn't have gloves on ended up getting a little bit of epoxy on
it. Slave to the ink said, I've got a Kramer LP that is horrible bright white, that is this horrible bright white paint. I can't speak at all. If you were me, would you remove the paint and redo the finish?
Yeah, so a nice old Kramer. They're cool instruments. And yeah, a white finish is an absolute nightmare. It's just always difficult. It's difficult to get right when you're applying it. It's difficult to, yeah, it's just one of those things. In the end, if a guitar is not filling you with joy just thinking about it, then there's a problem and something can and should probably be changed, in my opinion.
Will Baines just suggested burning it.
Yep. I wonder where he gets that from. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's many different things that you can do with regards to the finish that doesn't involve a full refinish, but yeah, take it, make it your own. That's the puppy saying, "Get in my belly." Poor chicken.
You sure they shouldn't be put inside?
No, she's fine. She's safe. She knows that she needs to stay in there when they're out.
Oh, Rene Monkeo donated 3,900 CLP.
I have no idea what CLPs are, but thank you very much.
Yeah, he says, with the current neck handle tapping and with the feel like a fretless enabling sliding. Does that make sense to you or not?
Yes, it will feel, I suspect, and from memory of playing, well, it's in the name, it's the Bond Electro Glide, and it does feel kind of like a fretless instrument, but also it's got the precision of having the intonation, etc., of frets, which is cool.
Oh, am I saying Creverall? Is this right?
Creverai.
Creverai, okay.
Yeah.
Creverai says, Ben, just because of you I bought a propane torch. Your influence on me is not good.
That's your second new tool purchase, and the last one was multiple tools just a couple of days ago. I think my influence on you is wholly where it's supposed to be. Tools, tools, tools. What are you going to burn though? So Jasmine Creverai is one of our moderators and a friend of the channel.
Yeah. I assume the tool, I don't know what it's called, I'm just going to say tool, next to is something.
I didn't even catch what you said.
It doesn't matter.
My apologies.
A Adam Tomorrow says, if you were to sand back a stained finish on a flame maple cap to restrain it, what grit sandpaper is best to use?
Probably 180. You don't necessarily want to go much further than that, but yeah, 180 to 240. It depends on how recently it was stained and what you're trying to do afterwards. So if you're going to leave the base stain somewhat still in place and then just restain black as a highlight thing, then that will do. If you have to get rid of every single vestige of that color, then you're going to have to go, you know, further back and go a bit coarser, which yeah, wouldn't necessarily be fun.
Also, Cosmic Joker says, what are your thoughts on filterons?
Filtertrons,
Yeah.
really cool sounding. Yeah, really cool sounding. There we go. So I want the grain to be going essentially along the same direction that the top and the neck, etc., is doing. So there, like so.
Oh, Maury asked, how often do you clean your workshop?
It has to be little and often. If it isn't little and often, it gets insane. But yeah, so for example, today I've had to clear my bench off at least 3 or 4 times just during the process of filming this video, and I tend to do that a bit more actually when I'm not streaming. So pretty much every tool gets put away generally as I use it, or at least that's what it's supposed to be.
Charles asks, when you're going to build a Lord of the Rings guitar?
We are going to be starting the Lord of the Rings series, probably as live stream builds on Mondays until the end of time, pretty much. I think that's where we sit. So yeah, the live stream builds will be projects like this, potentially interspersed with some shorter ones, but yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
Peter says, oh wait. Ben is a bad influence on a lot of us. I've just started my first build and already thinking about burning it.
Okay, so I'm making this a little bit larger than it really needs to be, and I'll be filing it down to size.
No. Oh. Nobody says, "Hi, Bun. I want to make a guitar with a buckeye bowl and a curved top." How does?
Buckeye bill and a koa top.
No. Wait. A curved top.
Oh,
How
okay.
thick does a top have to be rounded, roughly when curved?
In order to make a curve like that, about a quarter of an inch, 6 millimeters or so, is fairly standard for a modern radius carve. If you want to carve it like a Les Paul or a Paul Reed Smith kind of thing, then you're talking a minimum of 14 millimeters to 16, 17 is about standard. So that's for Paul Reed Smith, Les Paul style carves. So you'll see I'm moving the workpiece more than I am the saw. It's a very loud chair, isn't it?
Yeah.
I didn't want to say anything, but yeah, didn't break a blade, not even once.
Nice.
Woohoo!
But hang on, by the way,
Yes, feed me.
Clifford Evans said, "Where did the name Crimson come from? Is it any great significance to you?"
Okay, so Crimson, I was my first guitar company was called Scorpion Guitars, and it sucked. And it was a partnership between myself and another student from West Dean College, and basically we didn't know what the hell to do with business-wise or anything. It was terrible. It was terrible. And that failed, and I was like, okay, I want to be called Ben Crow Guitars or whatever it is. You guys have moved. Who walked into that camera?
Oh, that was Talitha.
Yeah.
We should try to angle it properly. Also, John Savage is donated £10 saying, weren't the tabs at each other going to be aluminium? Aluminium?
Yes, the tabs will be aluminium, but I need to. But the aluminium is not quite. It's not thick enough, so I want it supported by. Yeah, I want it supported by rosewood underneath. So Crimson Guitars, yes. I kind of wanted to call it Ben Crow Guitars because, you know, ego, etc. And then I realised that's just a bad idea, especially since I just have a company that essentially I had to close because, you know, I wasn't any good at running companies. And I thought, yeah, chances are this one's also going to fold. Let's brainstorm a name. And I was sitting there watching Kerrang or MTV, something like that. While brainstorming names, I had 2 or 3 pages of names. King Crimson came on, and my brain went, Crimson. That's a strong name. It's associated with the colour. It's cool. It's passion. Crimson Guitars. There we go. Then 2 or 3 months later, I met Robert Fripp of King Crimson. And he said, and I quote, "Nobody will ever believe that it happened this way around, Ben." And yeah, that tickled him. But anyway, it did. And here we are. So then I started, you know, building guitars for Robert and repairing some of his antique guitars. And the rest is history. I'm sorry, Jasmine, you have my cough that I had.
No problem.
Okay. So that's not actually even a straight line. Huh. How interesting.
Jamie says, so it's not crimson because you bleed a little on every guitar.
There is that as well. There is that as well. Okay. In reality, I really should be doing this on the oscillating spindle sander. I just don't want to.
Mark Joby says, Ben, she's saved the tablecloth, good old stunning stains, plus my guitar is coming on nicely.
That's I'm really impressed. Could you please let us know how she managed to get the stains out? This gentleman spilled some of our Crimson Stunning stains on his wife's tablecloth and got into trouble, but she's managed to get the stain out, which I didn't think was possible.
Well, Terry Love just donated £5 saying shape the back plate and trim near the cavity border to match.
I could do that, but hold on. Didn't I make a template for this? I did have a template for cutting the cavity out somewhere, which means it's easier. I wonder where that went. Somewhere else. Yeah, this is the problem. As I get tired, I cease to function.
Oh, also, Jeremy says, Ben, if you had access to a Tweed Princeton amp chassis, would you be interested in doing a cabinet build for said amplifier?
Yes. Yes, it's... Nope, I can't find that template.
Sad.
Super sad. But, you know, what can you do?
Oh, Mark Joby says it was a water-based brown. She used elbow grease on a whitewash. The product was not her arm. Lol.
Okay, I'm very glad for your sake that that it was rescued. And surprised. Okay, now I don't want this to fit absolutely perfectly. If it fits absolutely perfectly and then expands due to environmental changes, etc., it's stuck forever. We want a little bit of looseness. But no, we're getting there.
Tutum Carmen says, Jazz, tell your dad that he's missed a bit, lol.
I really and truly have. I'm currently questioning my sanity.
Stephen Ray said, Gritty's from Cape Town, would you ever consider doing an 8-string build?
Yes, I have done several 8 strings, just never on the channel. I have an 8-string Evertune bridge that is begging for a build. And we'd be happy to take on commissions if you fancy one. So once I end up with a piece that's pretty much fitting where I expect it to, then it starts to become easier. Okay.
Ooh, Rodney Allen says 8-string Lord of the Rings guitar.
Yep. Yeah, the Lord of the Rings guitars, I'm looking forward to doing that. That's going to be a long-term series of live stream builds as well. Yeah. Okay. Combination of different tools here. Yep.
Riley asks, is he going to use magnets?
No, I'm not going to use magnets. Or am I? Yeah, I'm going to use magnets. Why not? I haven't done magnets for a long time.
Oh, Mike says 9 strings for the 9 rings given to men.
Ooh.
What the?
Batteries have charged. I really need some more and better rechargeable batteries.
Fraser says, wouldn't building a Lord of the Rings guitar be Hobbit forming?
Beautiful. Now that's interesting. Camera 2 is just turned off,
Oh.
saying that I need to change its battery pack. Which is very interesting, because camera 2 doesn't have a battery pack.
Huh.
I don't know what to say about that, except bye-bye camera 2. We'll make do without you.
Poor camera 2.
Poor camera 2.
Airjan says Lord of the Strings.
Lord of the Strings. I like it. Now I could do some of this on the oscillating spindle sander, but having these two things here, the protuberances, means that it's just not feasible. Whatever I do will end up needing some filing and rasping, so I might as well just do the whole thing with the files and rasps.
Paul says, I still love to see Bandu's take on maybe Scion, Scion.
You want to see me do my own take
Hang on.
on the Scion guitar? It's one of Crimson's models.
Yeah, with resonating strings like the Coral Sitka.
Yes. Yeah, that could be very cool. I am redesigning the Scion at the moment. Okay, we're nearly there on this. And this, when it's in place, is going to lock the shape, lock the orientation in, so the other curves will then have to be absolutely perfect.
Ben Tarman says I'd like to see a Golem themed guitar.
A Golem themed guitar could be interesting. It could be quite. I mean, out of everything in Lord of the Rings, he's the thing that has the least history and architectural history and all of that. After all, he's essentially an early version of the Hobbits. So yeah, there's not that much to work with in comparison to obviously the elves or even the Rohirrim or the dwarves. There's a huge amount of designed architecture and history and weapons and all that sort of stuff that's entirely missing from Gollum. All he's got is the ring and some raw fish. So I'm pushing into this corner here. Take a little bit off that.
Marcia Levine donated $5 saying, I see a jeweler's bench in my future. Better to buy or build?
A jeweler's bench build. It's Marcia Levine. Yeah, the cool thing about a jeweler's bench is if you've got a bench hook like this, a jeweler's V jig like this, and then underneath it you've got a piece of leather that catches all of the findings, the gold and the silver, etc. And that would actually be useful for guitar inlay as well, because the amount of times that you drop what you're working on, it's unreal. Or maybe I just suck.
You're also suggesting a James Bond guitar.
No, James Bond guitar would be cool. How many gadgets could we add and hide in?
Yeah, they said, hang on. Rotating pickups and smoke exhaust.
Yep, built-in smoke machine, rotating pickups, lasers coming out of the, well, all over the place.
Elliot says, hey Ben,
Hey.
when do the Acoustasonic
Yep, well done.
style kits come into production?
If you want one, drop us an email. We will do it for you. We are currently about 20 kit guitars behind, but that is rapidly being dealt with. So yeah, that should be cleared within the next 2 weeks on the outside. So yeah, drop us a line. We can do it for you pretty much as soon as you place the order, really. And that goes with all of our kits. A large part of what we do is customize them or create custom kits for people. I have to keep on checking to see which camera is currently working. There you go. So we're getting there. We've got all of that up to that point done, so we're about halfway there.
Shane says, question, can we get a hand tool only pedal board? Hang on. Can we get a hand tool only pedal board build? You could go easily do it live in a day.
I mean, you're making some pretty big assumptions about what I can do and cannot do in a day. I think I've proved that I can stretch anything out to a multi-day build, can't I, Jasmine? I am actually going to add that to the list. That and James Bond build.
Whoa.
So, yeah, I mean, I've literally got up at the house in a box waiting for me to open and start playing with a my first major purchase in years, amp-wise, and it's a Kemper profiler, because I do want to A, get better at playing, but B, get better, more replicable demos done without having to worry about amp placement and rattles in the workshop and all that. So yeah, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that I'm gonna reacquire the bug for pedals, etc.
Steen TV says, I could see Ben playing a Bonneville and stroking a chicken in a swivel chair.
I like it. Hang on, playing a Bond villain? How many people are still watching this?
879.
It's amazing. It really is amazing to me. Thank you. Audio just died. Did it? Oh. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Okay. Thank you guys. Batteries again.
had like one person say it and then the entire chat exploded.
Mike?
Mike dead still?
Yep, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm on it.
All Mike's dead?
Yeah, that's the receiver. So there we go. The mic receiver works twice as hard and the batteries die much faster, whereas the ones in our pockets tend to last a lot longer. So yeah, there we go. Now, gonna move this. I need to tidy my workshop. Who was it asking about how often I tidy the workshop, Jasmine?
No idea. I've forgotten. Whoever they were right.
They were very right.
It lives!
Camera 2, however, is still dead. It's got a charging pack in there. There shouldn't be any issues. Camera 3, come on then.
Conrad Cobert says, future project, a dobro resonator guitar that you work with both wood and metal.
I'm not sure I have the knowledge to make the resonator section. That would be spun out on a... That would be spun out on a lathe. I don't have a big enough metalworking lathe. My wood lathe would do it, actually. Oh, curse you, foul, foul tempter. Yeah, that could be fun.
Also, Raymond said, would you consider a game-themed guitar, for example, Minecraft?
Yes, oh, absolutely. Absolutely, I have considered a Minecraft-themed guitar. I think that would be awesome. I mean, Jasmine, how many hours have you spent on Minecraft?
I have no idea, but I did have a thought. You could do something like Ender-themed, so like...
Yeah.
Because I was thinking just Minecraft grass block, because that's like the main idea.
Minecraft grass, what?
Grass block.
Oh,
It could
yes.
be like an Enderman holding a grass block of some sort, and like the end, like with a portal frame, because it's all like mysterious and black and cool.
So what you're saying is no matter what generation you're in, black is always cool.
I guess.
Cool.
Also, Terry Love donated £5 saying, how about getting some of the other luthiers at Crimson doing custom builds as recording to show the skill available to students?
Yes. So we are in the process... Ooh. I need to phone headquarters and find out how this particular gentleman did today on his day-long interview at headquarters about becoming one of said luthiers. We are hiring predominantly luthiers for the school, but when we hit a certain number of them, they will start swapping in and out, so that there will always be one outside of the school doing a build and potentially even filming that build. So there will be a lot more videos on the YouTube channel moving forward, super edits, showcasing the skill, but also they will be getting more skills to then be able to teach, essentially. And I am in the process of building my dream studio at headquarters that will be shared between myself and at least another 4 luthiers, or at least there'll be 4 luthiers stations in there to start with. So yeah, I've got exactly that plan with bells on.
Jamie says, so what you're saying is you're making lots of extra work for Talitha. Got it.
Yep. This is why Jasmine had to come and take Talitha's place, because she's got to work on the editing now, really. We have found another editor who is fantastic and who in fact has been editing this whole series so far. So, wow, what a noise. So yes, Bear is fantastic. And as we need even more, we will find other editors to come in and join the flock, as it were.
Cedar says, "Hi Ben, what tone of wood would you use for electrical and acoustic for yourself? Greetings from Croatia."
Croatia.
Croatia.
What kind of wood would I choose to build an acoustic for myself or an electric for myself, or both?
What tone would you use for electrical and acoustic?
Okay. In an electric, Tonewood is pretty much, it's a lot less of a thing than most people would have you believe or say. I like lightweight instruments, so yeah, I would either build, so for an electric guitar for myself, a nice lightweight mahogany or something along those lines, and with a flame maple, quilted maple top, something like that. Quilted redwood or flame redwood, something like that would be delicious. For myself as an acoustic guitar, I'm going to be building myself at some point in the next decade or two. I have a billet of Brazilian rosewood that came out of a workshop I cleared. It doesn't have any CITES, anything. It was years and years and years old. I will be using that to make myself a guitar, and I will never sell it because that would be illegal to sell it. With a nice Sitka spruce top, and then I'm going to be building myself a jazz guitar out of flamed sycamore throughout, probably, with a very nice carved spruce top, or thereabouts.
Wanted Visuals said, if we're suggesting nutty guitars to challenge Ben, Aaron knitted guitar, cuddly and warm.
I think that knitting is black magic, and I do not have that magic.
You could get Mummy to do it.
I really could.
Oh, ask Mummy, not make her.
I could get Mummy. Just make me a knitted guitar. She'd beat me. Also, there is the fact that I think it's basically impossible to make a knitted guitar.
No, I think you could make like a cover for the guitar, like you've got tea mug warmers, like something like that.
Okay. So you're saying a collaboration between your mother and I? Long-term project number 1? You are that collaboration. It's not going well.
Anyway, James donated £5 saying, enjoying these streams, keep up the good work, all involved. How are plans for the man versus machine build coming along?
That's a good point. That's something that I'll do when the new studios are all up in place and I'm actually able to work out of Crimson. At the moment I go to headquarters and I feel like I'm not actually doing any real work. All I'm doing is talking to people and making decisions and things. Whereas, if I actually had a workshop there, I'd feel much more at home. Yeah, my workshop at headquarters has turned into, what was my workshop turned into Tom's office at the beginning of lockdown, and has since turned into the vintage tool shop, which is now entirely located at Crimson headquarters.
By the way, 15 minutes till 6. Are we wanting to end then?
We will end when it's time to end.
But I would like to leave.
I understand, but these poor people are stuck here.
They have the free will to leave. Normara says, Ben, how many builds would you prefer to have going at once?
0. I would prefer to have a holiday. I want a break. I'm getting there. So nearly there. In all seriousness, I think that having 2 builds on at a time is probably about right, because it means that you can, or not necessarily builds, but projects. It means that you can have something to do, for example, while you're doing the finishing process. Jasmine's guitar here, it took a couple of month hiatus because I was in the spray booth finishing it, basically. And there's long periods of waiting while that's happening. And I haven't even buffed it down or anything like that. It's just had the finish applied. So yeah, it's one of those things. Being able to do some fret work while you're waiting for something like that, or you're just not having a fretting kind of a day, you would rather do some finishing or some carving or whatever. Being able to do that is cool. Having more than 2 guitars on, unless you're talking a full production situation, tends to get stressful. I'm a little bit stressed out at the moment because I do have too many projects on. I was not supposed to.
Mike B donated 10 CHF, saying a big thanks to you lot, and especially to Tom. He answers emails on a Sunday, pure dedication.
Tam, shall we say, is the MVP. If it wasn't for him, I would not. Crimson wouldn't be what it is at the moment, and the company might, but the channel wouldn't be, because I would have to be there doing all of that. He's amazing.
They're also suggesting that you pay me more overtime after 6.
Well. I suppose we're stopping at 6 then.
You got 10 minutes then.
Sorry?
You got 10 minutes then.
We're good. Yeah, I don't particularly want to carry on much longer. I've got a new toy to play with, for one, and it's been a long day. Okay, so we're nearly there. Let's change this camera.
Also, your sinner said, rough day at the shop, but don't fret.
I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, so I've got pretty much fitted. I just need to cut away that excess.
Mike C says, if you did it an acoustic build, what size the style would you do, and would you keep it traditional or put down curvaceous word touches on it?
I am going to be doing a jazz guitar build at some point. There's an L5 that's going to be on order soon, which I'm very much looking forward to doing. I want to build myself one as well at some point. A more traditional acoustic guitar, steel string kind of a thing. To be honest, I very much want to build an 18th century parlor style, tiny bodied instrument. I particularly like that style of instrument. So yeah, particularly something like that. But why limit me? All of the above.
Repercussion Drums says, "Hi Ben, what happened to James Blackburn?"
We took him out back and fed him to the lions. James was headhunted and moved on, and it cleared the way for Tom, who I've been training as the real MD for 8 years now. It was always going to be his job, and I couldn't be happier. But yeah, James moved on, and just before COVID all began. We're getting close. Questions, comments, criticisms?
Mark Hill says, funny how we now use COVID for a timeline reference.
Yeah, the whole, yeah. It's amazing. The whole world has this thing in common.
Why are you fitting the plate to the cavity instead of fitting the cavity to the cavity to the plate? Sorry, I spelled it wrong first time.
Because I'm a fool and I lost the template that I made. But no, I tend to do it this way. It just normally is done a little bit faster because I normally use the oscillating spindle sander. I just, well, I fancy doing it a different way today. And I think I regret it. But we're almost there, so.
Chris says, what's the fastest Ben ever built and finished a guitar from scratch?
6 hours.
Yep, someone just said that in chat, in fact.
Yeah, 6 hours, and I think I went over by 6 minutes. So 6 hours and 6 minutes, but I got distracted halfway through, so. I am going to do a proper one-day build at some point, live stream, where I plan it. This time around, this guitar was supposed to be a one-day build. It was also supposed to be something that I designed and did in collaboration with you guys. Those two things are mutually exclusive. You can't do both.
Robert says, you know, Benny, you could just cut those tabs off and use a sheet of aluminium under the full piece of rosewood, and it would act as a shielding as well.
Where were you 30 minutes ago?
Also, Arthur says, I just blew tea through my nose when he said one-day build.
Come on. Tea? That's a dirty word here.
Is it? We live in Britain.
People shout at me when I drink tea instead of coffee.
Oh.
I have layers, like an onion. So close.
George Davis says, making a body out of a 100-year-old barn pine floor. The wood is solid, but lots of cracks. Can I put it in a mold and pour epoxy to bind it all together?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, also apparently you haven't worked on the guitar for a whole 24 hours yet, so technically it's still a one-day build.
Woohoo! Yeah, most of my time is currently spent talking and thinking. So, yeah, there's a little bit of a gap there. I don't like that.
Marcin, I think it's Marcin, says...
Marcin of the Nuclear Village.
What?
Marcin of the Nuclear Village? No, sorry, carry on.
He says, how come there's no... how come there's no proper coffee to be found at Crimson? Seriously, I was suffering for a full week while I was on guitar building course.
Amusingly, there is now.
Just the second he left.
In the students' room, we put some of our own brand in there this week, literally. So yeah, you should have said something. Sam and Ricky in particular are coffee fiends, and yeah. We're actually thinking about putting in a proper, what are those boiler things called?
There's Marcin of the Nuclear Village. You just said yes?
Hi. There can only be one Marcin. I was all proud that I'd remembered somebody's name because I'm so bad at that. Okay, there we go. We're getting there.
Riemann DeWitt says, I'm in the market for a 6th guitar, but my wife said I should let her play them first.
These are unfair. Yeah. I don't know what to say. That's unfair.
Oh, it's 6. Time to stop paying me more.
I didn't think you'd forget that.
Nope.
Okay, so this is getting that. I need to even the gaps out a little bit. But yeah, in general, we're nearly there. Okay, so
You freaking good?
I'm freaking good.
Nice.
No, I'm good. Where are we? So we want to do something cool with the with these. And that could be like that. I need to tidy up that shape just a little bit, make that gap a little bit bigger as well, so the whole thing is even, and go from there. I'm not 100% happy with that. It's a little bit messy. I should have done these things. I should have used the template, to be honest.
Shane says go play with you now.
Sorry,
Shane,
who said what to who now?
Shane says go play with your new amp.
Yes, I want to. So very, very, very much.
Please let me know.
Okay. There we go. That immediately looks better. All right then. What are we doing? We've got a lot to do. A hell of a lot to do. Now, we're going to call it an evening. Are they saying that I need to pay you more?
They were saying that it would be funny if you paid more after overtime.
Overtime?
Yeah.
Overtime. I don't understand these words. Okay. From now to whenever we stop, I will split any super chats half and half with you after YouTube have taken their cut, because, you know, there we go.
I was joking.
Huh?
I was joking, but okay.
10 o'clock, let's do a long one. No. Okay, no. It is the end of the evening and I would like to go home, but if you have any pressing questions, I will split the super chat money with my fantastic daughter here because she's so cool. I'm definitely done on the whole work front though. Not that I'm going to stop thinking about this guitar. So hit us up with the super chats. Hit me up with questions, Jasmine, and let's ride this rodeo.
Crew says, you're getting paid? You need to pay your mom.
You need... damn it!
It's fine.
It's not fine. I don't want to pay my mods. No, Creeverai is getting a lifetime discount from Crimson, but also some cool stuff.
Yeah, it's fine. I didn't even pay my editor, so...
Where's my my saw rasp?
Holy.
Okay, anyway, you're supposed to be looking at questions. Other questions, feed me.
No, just 2 people donated. Okay, so first off, Terry Love says just for jazz £5, and then immediately a millisecond after, Mr. Waffles says has $5 for jazz.
But no questions.
No, wait. A Beardy Ben of 1812 Guitars says, recommendations for an acoustic guitar building course?
Recommendations for an acoustic guitar building course. Give me a shout in 6 to 8 months' time. If not, Totnes is the only real option in the UK.
Also, Mark Jennings donated £5 saying, just be careful, Jazz. The more he pays you, the more he's likely to charge you rent.
He's on to me.
Yep. And Wanted Visual said, super chat money got spent on doggy ice cream. Sorry, Jazz.
Doggy ice cream is super cool. Okay, well...
You mentioned money and now they're all flooding in. 10 PLN from Marcin Gorsi says for Jazz.
I said I'd split it with Jazz, not just... Got to keep the lights on, people. No. Are you paying attention to... Anyway.
Yes.
Fine. I'm still waiting for some questions.
Sorry, I'm looking at many things.
Questions. Feed me questions.
Word that I name that I can't pronounce. Gonzalo. It has many thingy. Anyway, do you have any idea of the final finish you intend to do as colours vanishing and so on?
Do I have any idea on the final finish I'm intending on this guitar?
Yes, varnish and so on, not vanishing.
Varnish. Yes, I am going to be using a rattle can, spray can, and potentially a Crimson Guitars Stunning Stain. I have been thinking about the Oxblood Vibrant Stain because that's fairly close to one of Boba Fett's colours, and there's also a dark green, I think. But yeah, I don't know. I am not sold yet. I could potentially just leave it absolutely natural, or yeah, I don't know. That's for next week.
Will Baines donated £2 saying, "Did Ben find his sore ass?"
I haven't found my sawdust. Oh, is that what you've hidden? Is that why? Okay. Did you hide it?
No, Talitha did. Do you want it?
Well, I was just tidying up, and this is the thing. So when you're tidying up and you're like, oh, there's a spot there. Where's the tool? What have I done with it? Thank you, you thiefy pants.
Oh god, I'm missing questions. Fran Truter's donated 14 ZAR, or ZAR.
Franz Truter, yeah, from South Africa. Thank you very much.
Would you rather work with Purple Heart or Ironwood?
Neither. Purple Ironwood, because it doesn't exist, and therefore it's not going to happen. Neither, really and seriously, neither. If I can help it, it would be neither. I've done Purple Heart a lot, and Purple Heart is a little bit easier to work with than Ironwood, so it would be Purple Heart.
S. Baylor says, "What's the name of the larger vise you put in the vise to your right?"
It is a Tiranti Carver's vise, and I'm amazed at how much they charge for them. To the point that I kind of want to make them ourselves, which I think we could do at Crimson.
Robin Andrews says, "If you do stain, you could do the Boba Fett colours down the body portion through the body neck."
Yes, that was the thing. I'd potentially stain the neck, but we've got these calves here that could potentially be sprayed a solid colour. So yeah, I'm uncertain.
Hang on.
I'm hanging. Look at this guitar. All right, look, seriously. So we're here. The only thing I've got to do now, apart from sand and finish and put it together, which is quite a large thing, is the side dots, which I will sort out next week. I'm hoping to finish this guitar in the next episode, or at the very least. I'm going to shut up now. What do you think? Click like, subscribe. Don't forget that the live stream is going live on the main channel on Mondays, and there is a question time, Luthier's question time, on the Crimson Guitars Extras channel. YouTube members get sneak previews and behind the scenes stuff, and we're all good. So there we go. So I went into video mode rather than talking to live stream people. Questions? I love this guitar.
Aaron Murphy says, "Would you rather build a hurdy-gurdy..."
No!
I guess I won't ask the question.
Go on then, ask the question.
For life, or use the biltong chisel for an entire guitar?
I mean, I practically use the biltong chisel for all guitars, for all sorts of stuff anyway, so definitely that. I'll build a hurdy-gurdy one day, just because it's become this thing, I suppose.
Terry says bye.
Bye bye, Terry. Thank you for being so nice today. I really appreciate it.
Oh, a load of people said bye. In fact, I focus on the first person that I saw.
Ah, there we go. Okay. Well, yeah, I think we should call it an evening. It is definitely time. Yeah, you guys rule. Thank you for sticking with us for the day, and really, yeah, it's been awesome. I love it. Thank you very much. Say goodbye, Jasmine.
Bye.
Goodbye, everybody. I'll see you soon. Have a good one.